Good morning, everyone. Good morning. So we'll start in 7 minutes. I just wanted to make sure everyone is in the room. Those who are still outside, please come inside, take your seats, and we'll start shortly. Good morning once again. So we are going to start. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Rose Baguma. I'm the head of Education Policy Department at the Ministry of Education, and I'll be your moderator today. Allow me to take you through the agenda today. There's some small changes. So we will have the opening remarks by Honorable Minister of Education. We'll start with the presentation, the overview of the 2024-2025 academic year statistics, and then we'll have plenary discussion on the statistics. We'll have a health break after that, and then we'll start with a panel discussion from access to completion, that is strengthening progression and retention across the education system. After that, we have a lunch break. We have a fireside chat after lunch. We have a TED Talk. We have conversation with the minister, and then we'll have a closing remarks later in the afternoon. Honorable Minister of Education, Honorable Ministers, today, I think it's the most blessed State of Education Conference. We have more than one ministers. We have minister. We are glad to have all of you here. Minister, Honorable Minister of Local Government, Honorable Minister of Gender and Family Promotion, Honorable Minister of Public Service and Labor, Honorable Minister of State for Education. So you're all welcome to this State of Education 2026. We've been having a series of these meetings, these sessions, and for this year, this is the first one, so I'm welcoming you all. We'll start with the Honorable Minister of Education. He's going to give us some opening remarks. Honorable Minister.
Good morning. Let's try that again. Good morning. Much better. Honorable ministers, distinguished guests, partners, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the State of Education Conference 2026. We meet at a defining moment of Rwanda's development journey, one in which education is not only a sector, but the engine of our national transformation. Under our national strategy for transformation, education remains the foundation upon which we are building a knowledge-based, innovation-driven economy. Today, we come together not simply to review progress, but to engage honestly in the discussion for the state of education system. We are guided by evidence, anchored in data, and driven by a shared commitment to improve outcome for every learner. Our education system today serves 4.8 million learners, representing approximately 1/3 of our population. This reflects both the scale of the demand and the strength of our national commitment. A gross enrollment of 92.5% signals real success in expanding access. At the same time, a net enrollment rate of 61% reminds us that success alone is not enough. We must ensure that learners are in the right grade, at the right age, and progressively improving and progressing effectively. Encouragingly, we are beginning to see improvement in the system efficiency. The national repetition rate has declined by 6%, largely due to targeted intervention such as remedial learning. This shows that when we act with focus and precision, we can shift outcomes. Yet, we must also confront a persistent challenge. More than half of our learners are older than expected age for their grades, and only a limited proportion of those who begin primary 1 complete secondary 6 on time. That means within 12 years. This tells us that progression remains one of the most critical challenges in our system. It affects efficiency, equity, and ultimately the life chances of our young people. At the foundational level, we are making steady progress. Preschool enrollment has increased to 50.3%, moving us closer to universal access. This matters because learners beginning before P1 has demonstrated a real chance of progressing better throughout the education system. But as we expand access, our focus must shift decisively towards quality, ensuring that every child develops strong foundational literacy, numeracy, and socio-emotional skills. At the primary level, we are seeing encouraging signs. Earlier, I spoke of the decrease in repetition rate. In primary, in lower primary, we see even a sharper decrease, where we see close to 12% decrease in dropout in P1, P2, and P3. Dropout has declined as well. We are now at 4.9%, and repetition, as I indicated, is falling. While these are meaningful gains, work remains. Furthermore, classroom congestion remains a serious issue, particularly in early grades, where high pupil-to-teacher ratio continue to affect the quality of teaching and learning. Addressing this will be essential as we translate access into meaningful learning. In secondary education, the picture is mixed but promising. Upper secondary enrollment is growing, yet overall participation remains relatively low, as we'll see in the presentation for the statistical yearbook. This signals that there is need to expand pathways and return more learners beyond primary school. One of the most encouraging developments is in a technical and vocational education and training. TVET enrollment has increased by overall 15% and now accounts for approximately 40% of upper secondary students. This reflects a growing recognition that skills matter, and that multiple pathways, not just academic, are essential for national development. At the same time, we must address a concerning trend: declining participation in STEM fields at the secondary education level, particularly among young women. This is not just an education issue, it is a national competitiveness issue. We must ensure that every young person, regardless of gender, has the opportunity and confidence to pursue science, technology, and engineering, and mathematics. At the higher education level, enrollment has grown from 130,000 to over 153,000, reflecting rising demand for advanced skills. We are also seeing increased participation in STEM-related programs at the university level. This aligns with our ambition to build a technology-driven economy. However, expansion must be matched by alignment, ensuring that what is taught is closely connected to labor market as well as to the national priorities. We are also improving the condition in which learners takes place. Nearly 88% of our schools are now connected to electricity. Over 84% have access to water, and school feeding programs reach over 99% of learners. These are transformative achievements that support both access and retention. At the same time, gaps remains. We need to ensure that safe drinking water, sanitation infrastructure, quality infrastructure are extended to all learners, not even 99%. In inclusive education, we are making progress as well. We have seen increase in enrollment of learners with disability. However, we are still at a very low representation when it comes to the total enrollment of students. This calls for stronger and more deliberate effort to build an education that is truly inclusive in practice, not just in principle. The data tells us that we have a clear story of the education picture. We are making progress, and in many areas, we are beginning to see the result of the work invested in those areas. Remedial learning is reducing repetition. Teacher training is improving instructional quality. School construction is addressing overcrowdedness. Nationwide initiative including English proficiency training for over 120,000 teachers are strengthening classroom delivery. But the road is still long. We must ensure that the early investment in these areas actually pays off by remaining the course. Our responsibility now is to scale what works and sustain it, because the next phase of our education transformation must be defined not only by access, but by the quality of the learning that actually takes place. This requires us to strengthen the use of data in decision-making at every level of the system. It requires accountability for results at all levels, and it requires a continued focus on quality in every classroom across the country. It also requires strong and sustained partnership across government, with district and schools, with development partners, and with the private sector at large. Education must remain a shared responsibility throughout. We will align our effort and will amplify our impact. Above all, it requires a renewed commitment to equity. Every child, whether in urban or rural areas, whether from vulnerable background or not, must have a fair opportunity to succeed. Equity is not simply an aspiration, it is essential for sustainable development. Honorable ministers, distinguished guests, this conference is not just about presenting statistics. It is about using evidence to drive action, making informed decisions, and ensuring that every investment we make delivers real impact for our learners. Let us use this moment to align our effort, to act with urgency, and to accelerate progress together. Because while access has brought us this far, it is learning that will take us further still. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for painting the image. Adia here is ready to give us details of the education statistics. And thank you for highlighting some of them. So she's going to give us a little bit of more details. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Adia Umulisa. I'm the Head of Education Sector Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, and I will be taking us through the statistics for the academic year ended August 2025. I realize I don't have my clicker with me. Okay. So just quickly, we'll show you what are our data sources for the statistics, and we'll go through some of the variables that we look at as the education sector, ranging from school infrastructure, a bit of information about our learners, teachers, as well as higher learning education. So quickly through the data sources. Our primary data source for education statistics is our school data management information system. We also get statistics from districts directly, higher education institutions, the National Institute for Statistics and Research, NCDA, that's the National Child Development Agency, Rwanda Correctional Services, as well as Rwanda TVET Board. Next. So just quickly looking at how our school infrastructure has progressed throughout the years. So as you can see, there is an upward trajectory across all the different levels of education. So where we have schools offering pre-primary, we are now at about 4,200 offering pre-primary. We also have schools offering primary steadily increasing, as well as secondary and TVET. So when we look at average class sizes across the country in our classrooms, we see that even when we include private schools, which normally have smaller class sizes, we're still at about 55 students per classroom in pre-primary, as well as 57 students per classroom in primary, and this is including private schools. Next. So when we look at the average class sizes only for public and government-aided schools, we can see that there's a higher ratio. So we're currently 68 is our current national average size in public schools for pre-primary, while our NST2 target was to reach 57 on average across public schools in pre-primary. Similarly, in primary classrooms, we're not yet reaching our NST2 target for the academic year 24-25, where we have 61 students on average per classroom, and our target was 59. When we go to secondary, it's a bit of a better story, where we have on average 37 students per classroom, as well as 31 students per classroom in TVET. So when we look at class sizes for pre-primary, according to districts, and we extracted only public and government-aided schools, we see that Gatsibo has a very high national average, very high average class size in its district, where we have up to 81 students per classroom in pre-primary classrooms. In contrast, Karongi has quite a a lower average class size of 47 students per classroom. The numbers are also quite high in primary. So when we extract only public and government-aided schools, the district with the highest average class size is Nyagatare, where we have 86 students on average per classroom. This means we have excesses of up to 130, 150 students per classroom, since this is an average. So when we look at access to utilities for our schools, between the previous academic year and academic year 24-25, we've moved in internet access from 61.8% of schools having access to the internet to 83.7% of our schools. Similarly, access to tap water supply has increased from 81.9% of schools to 84.9% of schools. We also see an increase in access to on-grid electricity in our schools from 84% to 87%. We're going to look at learners. So when we look at enrollment growth in basic education across the years, we see that there is also an upward trajectory. So this is students from pre-primary to S6. So we see that we're now currently at 4.5 million students in basic education only. And when we convert this to as a share of population, basic education is over 30% of Abanyarwanda. Okay. Now we look at enrollment rates. So on the left-hand side, these are national enrollment rates. So gross enrollment is where we're looking at students in school despite their age, even if they're not the standard age for the classroom. So gross enrollment, nationally, we're at 92%, as the minister mentioned. But when we look at net enrollment, now net enrollment looks at standard age. So students who are in school when they're supposed to be in school. So this is 3 to 17 years. That's the standard age for students from pre-primary to S6. So we find that we are at 61% net enrollment nationally. Now, when we disaggregate this to pre-primary, we see that the gross enrollment rate, that means all students in pre-primary, regardless of their age, is now at 67%. And when we look at the net enrollment, so these are students who are 3 to 5 years old, the standard age for pre-primary, and are in primary, we have moved from 45%, which was previously our NST2 target, and we've moved to 50.3%. Just to note that we've surpassed our NST2 target for academic year 24-25. This means pre-primary students are coming in droves. When we look at enrollment rates for lower secondary and upper secondary, the situation is quite different, if you will notice. Currently, our gross enrollment rate for lower secondary is 60%, and our net enrollment rate for lower secondary is 15%. This is quite low. This means the students who are supposed to be in lower secondary are not in lower secondary. And we're going to see this more in absolute numbers. I can see Minister Mifotra has a puzzled look on her face. We're going to see more of this in absolute numbers. And as you can see, it gets a bit worse in upper secondary. Our gross enrollment is only 37%. So that means all students, regardless of age, in upper secondary is only 37%. And the situation is a bit more dire when we look at net enrollment, as we are at 9%. So looking at the absolute numbers, we track students who are in ECD centers, and these numbers have been steadily growing over the past few years, but there is a bit of a reduction in number of students in ECD centers, and we attribute this to them now moving from ECD centers to the more formal pre-primary schools. As you can see, pre-primary has increased to, we're now at 680,000 students, as well as primary has also had a slight drop of about 600,000, no, less than 600,000, and we will see shortly why. Next. So learners in secondary, as you can see, we're currently at about 570,000 learners in lower secondary. This has also dropped slightly from the past year. Upper secondary has increased to about 210,000 learners, and TVET has also increased, as the Honorable Minister mentioned. We have about a 15% increase in TVET enrollment. So this is what I wanted to also look at. So when we look at the composition of our students, from the first bar at the top is P1. So that's number of students in P1. And so it kind of goes gradually reducing, as you can see. And this is reflective of the enrollment rates we saw before. So you see that most of our learners are kind of in primary, and very few are transitioning effectively to secondary education, and even more so to upper secondary. If you notice, S6 is only 10% of what we have in P1. Next. So looking at learners in TVET short courses and adult literacy, TVET short course learners increased by a whopping 6,000 more students in the previous academic year, while adult literacy learners are reducing, and our colleagues from NISR hypothesized that this is because more and more learners, adult learners, are becoming literate. So when we look at proportion of upper secondary students, we see that associate nursing take up 1% of upper secondary students, accounting 3%. Sciences actually take up a large share of 33%, a close second to TVET, that's now taking up 37%. Languages is 12%, humanities is also 12%, and TTCs are 3%. So when we look at STEM enrollment in upper secondary, we see that 58% of girls in upper secondary are enrolled in STEM subjects, which is a bit of a contrast to 74% of boys in upper secondary. So now we look at repetition rates. Specifically on the left-hand side, we see primary repetition rates there's been a drop, and this is the 9% drop that the minister mentioned. We see that we moved from 29.7% repetition to 20.4%. And we're going to discuss today some of the interventions that have led to this dramatic drop and how we can continue to sustain it. Similarly, in lower secondary, there's also been a drop from 21% to only 17% repetition rate, as well as upper secondary, we also see a drop from 6% to 4%. So when we look at repetition rates in districts, Nyaruguru has the highest repetition rate at 18%. The national average is 14%, while Gasabo has the lowest at 6%. So when we look at grade repetition in primary, we're looking at P1, P2, P3. We see that P1 had a bit of a drop from 34.7% to 24.9%. That's an almost 10% drop. Next. Next. Yes. P2, we also see a 12% drop. P3. Next. There's also a 12% drop. If we could just go through the rest of the graphs quickly. Yes, so similarly, we can see all across the P1 grades from P1 to P6, we've had dramatic drops. But to note is that there's been bigger drops in lower primary than there is in upper secondary. And this is also something we're going to discuss later on today, just to see how we've been sort of targeting lower primary with some of the interventions. So also, please go back, secondary. Yes. So repetition rates also in secondary have also reduced. We're now at 14.2% in S1, at 19.3% in S2, and just are under 2% in S3. As you will notice, S2 has the highest repetition rates across secondary, and this is we hypothesize that usually students are held back before candidate classes so that schools have high pass rates. Next. So looking at primary repetition rates, Primary repetition rates in districts, Ngororero has the highest repetition rate at 28%. The average, as we saw, is now at about 20%, and the lowest is Gasabo, Gasabo at 11%. So looking at dropout rates, we also see slight decreases in dropout rates for primary and upper secondary, but we also see a 0.7% increase in lower secondary dropout rate. We're able to see what areas of the country have these increased dropout rates and which districts, and at the same time the ministry is conducting field research currently to find out why the dropout rates increased in lower secondary in the previous academic year. So these are the dropout rates currently in districts. We see Gatsibo has the highest, followed by Ngororero. The average is at 5%. The lowest dropout rates are in Kamonyi and Kichukiro at 3% and 2% respectively. When we look at transition rates, on the left-hand side, we track newly admitted P1 students who attended pre-primary. And so we see that we are now at about 48% P1 students, newly admitted, attended pre-primary, but our target as per the NST2 was 51.9%, and so we are continuing to boost efforts to expand access to pre-primary education. Primary to lower secondary transition rate is 83%, but just to put a caveat that this 83% is those students who actually got to P6. We saw that there is high repetition in P5 and P4. Upper secondary, lower secondary to upper secondary is also at 82%. So when we look at education system efficiency, so how is the system performing generally? And we measure education system efficiency by looking at the number of students who completed the entire education cycle without any single delay. So if you look at the blue line at the top, we're looking at S1 pupils who reached S6 within 6 years. So they did not repeat and they did not drop out. And we're currently at 50%. Then when we look at P1 pupils who reached P6 within 6 years, these are students who started P1 and finished P6 without dropping out or repeating, and we see that there's been an increase from 43% to 48%. And now when we look at the share of students who completed the entire basic education cycle, so this is from P1 to S6, that's the orange line, we see that we're still at 15% only. So when we look at our teachers quickly, we see a steady annual growth in teaching staff. The Ministry of Education endeavors to pace teacher recruitment with student enrollment. So we'd like to look at TVET specifically. So just to see how TVET graduates are increasingly joining the market. Between 2022 between academic year 22-23 and 24-25, we've had a total of 88,000 TVET graduates, and we see that most graduates are coming from construction and manufacturing, and this is because they're also the most enrollments. So we also have ICT, about 15,000 graduates, while construction had over 20,000 graduates. So when we look at the TVET economic contribution, each year we have about 65,000 graduates employed within 6 to 12 months after graduating, and we estimate that this brings about 83 billion Rwandan francs in the total annual wage bill, as well as 24 billion Rwandan francs in total fiscal and social contributions. So looking at specifically short course TVET trainees, as of October 2025, these are the numbers across different trades. Manufacturing takes up a large share of about 32% of trainees. ICT has about 15%, while agriculture has the lowest at only 1%. And on the right-hand side, we look at their employed, so the percentage of those who are employed within 6 to 12 months after graduation. So the rapid response training, the rapid response training graduates, 85% of them were employed after graduation, dual training 82%, and others. So quickly looking at higher learning, as of 24-25, we have 39 higher education institutions, of which 34 are universities and 5 are polytechnics. So if we look at the trend over the years, we see that polytechnics have dropped, yet general higher learning is increasing. Also looking at learners in higher education, it's also quite similar in the sense that students in polytechnics are much, much fewer than students in higher learning, but still across both polytechnics and universities, we're seeing a steady increase in enrollment. Also looking at students by gender, the total number of students has continued to grow in higher learning institutions, and also male and female students, although we see that there is still a gap between male and female student enrollment, so there is not much gender parity. So learners in higher education by field, we see that we don't have that many students in agriculture fields, but we have many in education, as well as in business, administration, and law. Higher education staff, also, we had a bit of a jump between the previous academic year and this year. So we had an increase of about 1,000 higher education academic staff. When we're looking at PhD holders among academic staff, we're currently at about 25% of higher education academic staff are PhD holders, while our NST2 target is to reach 28%. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adia. And briefly, that's how we add numbers, right? So I'm going to give you an opportunity to ask questions, to give comments, inputs, my colleagues with mics. And you can also share, we are live streaming on YouTube channel, Minedik and UMUNOTA.com. So you can share with colleagues who are not here, they can follow. Yes, over there. Introduce yourself and direct to the point.
Good morning. I'm Patrick Musafiri from FCDU. I will start by thanking Adia and the Honorable Minister for the thoughts they shared in their presentations. My question goes probably to both Minister of Education and Minister of Family Planning. We saw statistics about classroom congestion. Are there strategies in place to address this issue from a family planning standpoint? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's take a couple of questions, then. Any other question? Yeah. Do you want Honorable Minister of Gender to answer that before we continue? All right. I think people are still warming up. I'll give you the mic. Yes.
Thank you very much for that question. I think, we are blessed with a youthful population with all the consequences that comes with it. And so the strategy is really to ensure that we are providing adequate infrastructure for our children. If you look in the past few years, from 2017 to 2024, the government built 27,500 classrooms. And that really was intended to reduce overcrowdedness in classrooms. And we've seen the reduction, but we are nowhere close to where we want to be. right? As you saw the numbers, they're still indicating that we still have a lot of children in the classrooms. In some areas, you saw the numbers were quite significantly high. The strategy is that we are looking at ways in which we'll continue to invest in the infrastructure so that we support our growing population. And this population, you know, the numbers, when we do educate them and we provide them the necessary skills and knowledge, they would actually be the engine that drives our economy and they develop our country. So that's really the strategy of the government, is to continue working to improve the condition upon which our children are learning and are being prepared for success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Any other question? And be free. All languages, official languages in Rwanda are allowed. English, Kinyarwanda, Kiswahili, French. Be free. Yes. I see a hand over here. 2 people over there.
Hello. Good morning. My name is Mark Odhiambo from African Leadership University. My question probably is directed to the minister in regards to the number of graduates that we are churning out. He mentioned that this should be aligned into the national priorities and the labor market. And looking at the statistics that have just been shared, we've seen a very high number in other professions like laws and etc. So I just wanted to ask if there's a realignment that needs to take place so that, or if this is in line with the national priorities of the government.
Yeah, there's another question here.
Good morning, Siras Waigansenga is my name. I work for LIFT program, which is funded by FCDO. I have 2 quick questions. The first one is on high repetition in senior 2. With hypothesis that it could be because of the head teachers being intentional to retain those ones so that they don't proceed to senior 3. And I wanted to find out what could be the strategies we put in place to really mitigate this, because I really feel that hypothesis might be true. And the second question is about the efficiency that we looked at, and I wanted to understand what that means. How do we qualify that efficiency, where we have only 50% of the students who have been able to proceed without any challenge, and 48% of those who did not drop out at all? But what does it mean? Are we efficient enough? Are we in the middle? Are we really struggling significantly? What does it mean Adi, I think, should advise us on what that means practically. Thanks.
Thank you, Silas. Yes, please go on.
Good morning, all. Professor Martins, the Vice Chancellor of ULK. I want to appreciate the ministry and all those that participated in putting this report together. I don't know if I should say a request or a question. We are giving the percentage of academic staff in the higher learning institutions with a PhD. Because I've not seen the report, let me request if this should be disaggregated to academic discipline. It will help us in planning, need assessment, etc. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other question? Okay, we let Honorable Minister maybe take those, or any other. Adia also can help. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Let me just address those 2 questions, and Adia, feel free to add. On the question of alignment with market demand, as we've seen, we have seen that we have quite a lot of students who are graduating in the low degree, I think, and some others what I call soft soft skills areas, and in education, for example, and so on and so forth. And so, to your question around, is there a need for realignment? And I think this is a question that still have to be answered. But I will tell you some of the measures that we put in place in order to get more information, and that would tell us how we realign. One is that going forward, we're requiring the institution, every institution, higher learning institutions, to report on their graduates and also how long it takes them to get employed. So that means that when you graduate a class of 100 people, after 6 months, you're going to report how many of those 100 people actually were employed, right? And that's going to create a sort of like a tracer study of sort that is ongoing, that gives us information about how well we are responding to the market demand. But by looking at it right at it, we see that there is a need to realign. But we need data. And so we're going to trace and track all graduate, and we see how many of them are being employed within 3 months, within 6 months, and within a year. And so that's going to give us a lot of information that universities themselves and the parents and the students can decide, can do a realignment by choosing to go where they have a likelihood of not only accessing gainful employment around that. So that's what I would say around this area of the market demand. The second question was on the S2 high repetition and strategies that would be deployed to address them. I think, as Adia pointed out, is that we think that the high repetition in S2, which we actually see also in P5 and S5, is indicative of some schools trying to game the system by retaining the student before the year where they have to take the national examination. And the reason is that a lot of schools only report on the only information that's available in public is a number of students that pass the national exam. So what we're doing as a strategy is that going forward we'll be publishing the result. I don't know if somebody didn't like what I was saying. Turn off the microphone. So we are basically going to publish the result for all levels, from P1 all the way to P6 for primary, S1 all the way to S6 for secondary. And that's going to provide information that actually going to really shine the light on how the school is actually performing, instead of looking at only the national examination years. And we think that is going to actually really show how the school is performing. And this actually is also going to be part of how we evaluate the head teachers. So the head teachers are now going to be evaluated by the P6, S3, and S6 only. They're going to be evaluated for the performance throughout the whole academic years. And we think that that's going to make a big difference because they will see that you can really game the system around that. The final question was talking about some of the, I think it's some of the data point around higher education. So while the statistical yearbook does provide some points, data set on the higher education, the Higher Education Council provides even more granularities. And so we will make sure that you get all the details. But at the institutional level, you know how many staff you have, you know how many of them have PhDs, and you know how many programs you have. So you can do sort of a micro-analysis at your own institution. But as a sector, we can certainly expand on a data set that gets shared some of which is part of the statistical yearbook, and some of which is part of the data that the Higher Education Council provides. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, Honourable Minister.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Minister, for inviting us for this important conversation. What I just wanted to add is about the realignment or the labor market linkage, the labor market demand. I just wanted to add that we are not only waiting for to see how the graduates will be employed, we are also working closely with the private sector in establishing a sector skills council that will also inform the skills we will need in the future and then align with higher learning institutions and other, and TVET, for example, so that we inform the students which area or where they should go for training to be able to find the jobs immediately after they graduate. So it means that it's also important to look at the demand and inform the education system.
All right, thank you very much, Honourable Minister. There's a question over there.
Thank you very much, Honourable Ministers. I am Jean Bosco, the Vice Chancellor of Ines Ruhengeri. I would like to come back a bit on the issue of academic staff with PhDs. I do not have any idea about the numbers of those who are Rwandans or others who are from outside, because we have many, and we thank them for coming to our aid. The issue I want to raise here is about those being enrolled in PhD programs to come back to help us in education, in higher education. We have been relying on those who go outside the country to do PhDs and come back. We know that the University of Rwanda is making a lot of efforts to train in those programs to have PhD holders. And the Ministry of Education, especially the Higher Education Council, are encouraging higher education institutions to start programs in PhD. But I do not know if just encouraging will be enough. Is there any way of probably emulating the example of the Ministry of Health with the 4x4 program, something similar, to see if we can have very soon a good number of PhD holders to come and help us? I am saying this so mainly because those from outside are quite expensive for us, especially in the private higher education institutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, please. Thank you. I'm Professor Mohammadani from UMST, University of Medical Sciences and Technology. I must commend that the two presentations were very excellent, and especially showing the statistics and the dissection of the situation of education. And I really like the TVET programs. Now, what I would like to ask, that I'm worried about the agriculture sector, which seems that few are interested in that. And being here for 1 year, I have seen the soil to be very fertile and rain all the time. And livestock and agriculture will be really of high need for this country and for other countries really. And we are in UMST also thinking of starting postgraduate education so that we may help in PhDs and masters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I see a hand over there.
Morning, everyone. I'm Amos Fitundinda from Minister of Public Service and Labor, Chief Skills Office. I want to thank you, education sector, for these statistics. My question is around the technical skills against the soft skills. By virtue of our portfolio, oftentimes we are asked why excellent students and graduates with good technical skills are lacking in soft skills, which affect the employability. My question is around what strategies are being put in place so that they align with each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Amos. So maybe we would allow our minister to respond to those.
Thank you very much. And with the question from our colleague from Ines Rangeri regarding the PhD returnees, I think this is it's a problem actually when the government has put a lot of resources in providing scholarship for students to go, acquire their PhDs. And sometimes not all of them return. So few returns, and some of those return also go into other sector rather than going back into education. So we are actually currently working on a revision of the policy, particularly the policies which guides on the awarding of this scholarship and also the contracting of this kind of scholarship. Because we would like, obviously, to support more students to go and get the PhDs, but we also want them to come and contribute by going into education, by teaching at various universities. So we need to re-examine that part to really make sure that investment is actually contributing to addressing the problem we are investing for. So that's really one of the things we can do to address this particular problem. The other one is also to also, especially on the private institutions, to also interrogate how we are addressing the overall welfare of these students or this staff, right? We live in a very competitive world. So the more we can compete to get access to this resource, the better. So we have to look at both how the government is investing and the return on that investment. But even within institutions themselves, we now have to start interrogating what we need to do to attract these staff and retain them at the institution level. So I think it's a two-pronged approach to addressing this particular issue. With regard to the question for TVET, our colleague asked here at this table, I think it's particularly in the agriculture sector. As we saw the numbers, we really don't have a lot of people going into this sector, and it's a critical sector. Actually, just past week, we had a workshop with the Ministry of Agriculture and the folks within the agriculture sector to address the skills that are needed to be able to really to be able to achieve the objective of the government in the agriculture sector. And that workshop was specifically aimed to address these particular issues. Because the programs, when they're crafted to meet a demand that's there, we are more likely to attract students to come into that program. And so this is an ongoing strategy that's being built around attracting more students to go into agriculture. And they're looking at the whole agriculture sector, not just to till the land, but there is a whole sector that we need to look at along the value chain of the agriculture sector. So that's one area that we are currently working on. We should see this number increase, but they have to be tailored to actually address the demand that's available, right? On the soft skills in a student, We have seen some universities that have sort of like a program where the students, when they come into the university or the institution, they go into an onboarding program that actually focuses primarily on soft skills. And that is actually shown to really pay off. And so we would like to see more institutions adopt that kind of a program. Some actually put like 6 months to it, but it needs not be a 6 months pre-actually programs. You can be built on maybe 2 or 3, 4 weeks every year. But the importance of developing these soft skills for all students, regardless of what they're studying, it cannot be overemphasized, as a colleague from Chief Skills Office pointed out. Thank you.
We still have a couple of minutes for questions. Yes, we have. Before Paula, Honorable Minister of State wanted to say
Thank you. No, I just wanted to add to the first question on increasing the number of PhD holders. 2 years ago, I remember we looked at the numbers, and it was obvious that even the opportunities that we get in the country for, upgrading and whatever, they were not being taken. And so we partnered for this. We partnered with Bridge to Rwanda to encourage. So basically, there's what they've been doing for bachelors, sending students abroad, but also really preparing them to take up opportunities in the bachelor's programs. And so we partnered with them to do the same, both for master's and PhD. So I'm going to give you an example. Each year, I think we get about, and heck, if they're here, they can correct me. In the Commonwealth, we get, I think, about 30 scholarships. Last year, I think we only sent 3 students. 3. And when I say PhD, this is PhD and master's. We only sent 3 students. And so I just wanted to, yes, there's what you can ask the government to do and all, but there's all these opportunities that are out there that no one is actually taking. And I wanted, universities to encourage their staff to take these opportunities on. And mind you, some of these are sandwich programs, so you don't necessarily have to be, gone all the time. You can do a few months here and a few months there. There are online opportunities that your professors can take while they're still teaching. And so I want to encourage you to also take ownership and do this. These opportunities are out there for masters and PhD. But for the sake of this conversation, please reach out to Bridge to Rwanda. This is an ongoing partnership that we have with them to help more of our teaching staff to upgrade their skills. Thank you.
Ichambere na makuru, right? So most of us don't know about these opportunities. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Paula, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. I like the point you made about tracing and tracking the employability of the graduates, and would like to suggest a way that could be even easier to make this tracking and tracing possible. Tracking life of a child right from birth all the way through education and then till they graduate and go to the labor market. Could there be a way Minedik can work with the NIDA to have one ID number of a child and avoid all these old numbers, like there is an ID number, there is SDMS number, there is other numbers that people are known with. So can there be a way these numbers are connected and it's one by child, and they will know this person was born, they grew up through this way, then they went, we know where they are, and we can know how important they are becoming to our society and the community. Thank you so very much. Is that possible? Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Charles, you wanted to say something?
To add, good morning. My name is Charles Avelino. I work with the UNICEF. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister and the team for putting this together. I just wanted to add on the comments and questions about skills matching with the training opportunities that universities offer. The other area that I think that could be strengthened is the career guidance at the secondary school level, because many of these students might not actually be aware of what are the different options, for instance, in the agriculture sector. They may know that if you go to the agriculture sector in the university, you might be focusing only on one area. Or they may not have the diversity of options that are there, even the value chain that the Honorable Minister mentioned. So strengthening career guidance at the secondary education level will be critical. And of course, matching that with the sector skills council's areas of priorities. So that's what I wanted to add on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Roger. I work with Right to Play. Thank you for presentation, Honorable Minister, as well as Adia. My question is around the classroom ratio. Just want to know if there are some factors. For example, if we see the difference between districts, where some of the districts like Karongi was around 86%, another at 14%. So just would like to know if there are some factors. Let's say at Karongi that has high number, what could be the reasons for that? Is it because the parents understood why they should take the children to school, or maybe they lack infrastructures? When to come to to Gatsibo, no, I think Gasabo, where they have around 14%, what could be the factors? Is it because they have enough infrastructures, or maybe something else? Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, if you don't have any other hand raised, yes.
Thank you so much. I'm Dr. Alois from Rideha Institute of Health, representing the VC. I thank the presenter for the good data shared. My concern is to address to the Minister of Education about the grace period provided to graduates from secondary who completed their biology and chemistry in 2008. They were about even to join university, but some of them did not get the chance. And now there are some that are coming to us to ask if they can join. But you know the grace period have finished. So what can be a support that can be provided to them so that they can even themselves join her learning institutions for health? Thank you.
That was in 2008. Okay. All right. Let me see if you have. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. You remember that before having combinations, there is option called biology and chemistry that ended 2008. That was the end of that program. From that, we started having combinations. For those who completed their studies in that year, 2008, some of them joined the university, those who have maybe scholarships, others have got maybe the payment capacity for themselves. But now, there are other candidates that are still there, who are not joining university, particularly health institutions, teaching institutions, because of what? Because of the grace period has finished. You remember, the minister has provided grace period for them, but now it's over. Meaning to join university, it's not possible for them. Thank you.
All right, so those are the biochemie, right? Biochemie. All right. Mr. You wanted to say something?
All right, thank you very much, everybody, for your contribution, especially the suggestions that were provided. For our colleague who's asking a question about the pre-2008, so perhaps you can take it offline because it wasn't clear to me what the question was about. But we'd be happy to discuss with you and see how we can help. With regard to the suggestion that we have one ID throughout the system, I think it's a great suggestion, and I think with the digital ID coming online, this should be addressed. We really have a preschool ID, like in NIDA. Then you have one ID when you come into school, which is you use throughout the school, right? From P1 onward, you have one ID that gets assigned by the Ministry of Education, and you use it until you get your national ID when you turn 16? 16. So I think that's, we can certainly look at how we harmonize that ID. Right now you have like maybe 3 in your entire life, so we can just collapse it to one and see how we can do that. But it's one way to make sure that we track progression throughout. So that's a good suggestion. We'll look into it. The other that was suggested around strengthening career guidance. Again, that's an excellent idea. It's one which we have already started with the counseling and guidance at the secondary education. We actually we are looking to add at least one staff at every high school or secondary education to address to support with that. Even though we know even one staff is still not enough, given the size of these schools. But it's one area that has been recognized, and we're trying to look at how we can strengthen it. Some of them could be digitally supported, others could be face-to-face, but this is a needed intervention that we're working on. So thank you for that contribution. The classroom sizes question around how we differ from across the country. So factors are many. If you look at the districts, so not all districts have equal number of people. Some districts have more people than others. And then the district would have maybe more children than others. The infrastructure is not uniform across the country. So there's multiple factors that enter into why you would have different sizes of classes across the country. And this is something we work with very closely with Minaloc and the local government to try to address this issue of infrastructure around schools. I don't think there is a silver bullet other than building more schools around that. We can provide teachers, but if we don't have infrastructure, it remains a challenge. We've instituted some programs around where we can now reduce the number of students because of infrastructure issues. We started adding a teacher. So you have a class of 70 students, for example, and we add another teacher to support the primary teacher in that class. So that helps, but it's not ideal. The ideal is to increase the number of classrooms, and which is, as the means becomes available, we do that. It's one of the commitments the government has made, and we have seen that pay off. As I said, it's an ongoing, and it's not something that's done and completed around that. So I think those are the questions that were asked in this round. So I'll return the microphone over to you, Rose.
Honourable Minister, I'm just trying to see if there's anyone left with a question, with a comment, before we take a health break. We're all good? All right. Honourable Minister Minaloc.
Thank you very much. I think when you started talking, you said that today's event on the state of education is blessed to have the many ministers attending. but this is an important topic that we discuss and talk about many times. It's important in local government because we have a big role to play to make sure that all the children go to school. I think that's the very first we really look at. And the statistics today, I think they show that we've made considerable progress in making sure that all our children can have access to school, to education. We still have the dropout that we, around 5% that we also still have to make sure we reduce. But I think that step of making sure that the students, the kids go to school is very important, and we are really working hard with the Ministry of Education to make sure that there is no child that drops. There was a particular graph chart that was revealing also another area of work that we need to focus on. We have many children starting primary, but it goes diminishing, reducing as you grow the ladder to senior 6, but P6 and also secondary. And I think this is also something important that we have to address. The minister just said that the solution is about getting the infrastructure first. We have to work on that. And there are plans we've started also with the district, even in the coming planning cycle, doing all we can to add more schools. I don't think we have a problem with the number of teachers if we had infrastructures, because we also have the system that helps to educate teachers. But we have just to address those things and work on them in parallel. So thank you very much for the data, because with the data, then it helps us to plan well. I also want to comment on the single digital ID, which is an exercise that is ongoing now across the country, enrolling citizens to provide them with the single digital identification. And this is going to solve this issue of tracking the students, because the single digital ID is issued to all Rwandans and all residents, everyone in the country, and including actually the children from birth. So it helps then have the proper, accurate data that can also be used in planning for education. We talked about the overcrowding in some places compared to others. This is also an issue of data, also to know how you plan actually the school construction, but also the teachers and the whole system. So this is also an important step that we are making as a country to have this digital ID to help improve on the data, also on planning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Now, it's time for health break. And because there have been a lot of questions around skills, TVET, when we come back, I'll bring that panel before so that we discuss about skills, and TVET. Saima will help us on that. And then the panel that we were supposed to start will come later in the afternoon. So I'll give you 5 to 10 minutes to just stand up. Just a health break, then we'll come back and continue with our sessions. Thank you very much. seats, let's come back to the room, please. Those who are outside, please come back to the room. Let's have our seats back. I still see some people outside. Please, can you help me call them back to the room? Esther? All right, welcome back. And as I promised, we are going to have a panel session that was supposed to be in the afternoon. We are going to discuss the role of technical education in Rwanda's economic growth. So it's a panel that will be moderated by Saima here. And I invite Saima on stage, and Vice Chancellor, Rwanda Polytechnic, and Director General of Rwanda TVET Board. And then I'll let Saima continue the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, HOD Rose. And honorable ministers, distinguished guests, as HOD Rose introduced, my name is Saima Malik. I work with the World Bank, and it's an honor to be able to facilitate this fireside chat with our distinguished guests on the panel. So we had some really interesting conversations around TVET and around skills prior to the break. So this is a really well-placed discussion. And what we're going to do in this discussion is we're going to learn a bit more about this journey from skills to jobs in Rwanda. So as we know, Rwanda has invested significantly in technical and vocational skills, technical and vocational education. The question is, are we clearly seeing this translate into jobs in the country and economic productivity of the country? And so that's what we're going to learn a bit about with our guests on the panel this morning. So my first question is going to be for Vice Chancellor for Rwanda Polytechnic. And the question is, are we equipping TVET graduates with the skills that employers actually need today, or do you think there are still gaps in training quality and relevance? Over to you.
Thank you. I think there has been tremendous progress when we look at where we've come from and where the TVET has been put much emphasis in driving the economy. We've seen a lot of progress in terms of program relevance. We see this from how the employers perceive the technical education and how they are also absorbing the graduates. Of course, there's still a long way to go, but it's promising. So it's promising in such a way that when we look at the graduate employability, because that's one of the key performance markers when it comes to program relevance and quality, if we see that in a year, we were seeing 70% being employed, but now we see that within 6 months, that number is the one that is being observed. Of course, when it comes to quality, it's more, there is a lot to be done. Here I'm giving an example of our, what I heard on Friday when we had this Green Career Connect, and we are seeing more and more new skills, but that align with the challenges that we have today. So one example is the speaker was talking about ecological engineers. And of course, we wouldn't have that specific discipline, ecological engineers, but how are we training the students to be adapted to these new challenges? So that comes back to quality. How are we giving learning experience that give the practical skills, but also that give the critical thinking skills, so that when they graduate, they are able to think critically on the challenges that are coming. So it comes back to quality training and relevance. Of course, it's very much interconnected. When you are responding to the needs, it's not just the technical skills that you learn in class, but how are you also thinking about the world today and the world of tomorrow, and how that kind of learning or environment is brought back into classroom. So that's where we are still lacking, and we need to put much emphasis. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice Chancellor. And I'd like to move now to the DG, RTB. The question we have, DG, for you is, we had Adia share quite a bit of data with us earlier this morning. If you think about data when it comes to TVET outcomes, from your perspective, what does the data tell us about these TVET outcomes? So things like employment rates, transitions into work or entrepreneurship. Where do you think are the biggest bottlenecks?
Good, yeah, thank you very much. Yes, we have seen the data, and even some of the data we did not manage to see today, they also speak for themselves. Because when you look at the economy of our country, our GDP per capita is growing annually at a rate of more than 7%. So, and this means that there is a driving workforce behind this economic growth. And in TVET, we are trying to develop a qualified workforce, and our graduates are really transitioning into the jobs they are being hired. So at a rate of more than 70%, as you have seen it today. And some of them, of course, are creating their own jobs, their startups, and they are hiring their colleagues. So this is a very nice and a promising trend. But of course, we still have a long way to go, because you know how fast technology is changing these days. There will be no time where we shall say like we made it and this is it. So it's a journey which will continue. And one of the biggest bottlenecks that we have today is like alignment of our training offer, our skills development offer, with the current dynamic labor market, which is changing daily. In TVET, the way we teach, the way we learn is totally different from the normal education system. For us, we learn by doing. And learning by doing has some requirements so that you can meet the quality. So, and most of the requirements have also a cost which is not probably easy to meet. But if, like we say, for us to be able to produce a very competent graduate who meet the requirement of the labor market, schools have to reflect the industry. Actually, a school should be an industry. And an industry is an industry because they are equipped. They have all the resources they need to produce the work that they have to produce. And the bottleneck that we are experiencing these days is the quality of our training offer in various elements, making a skills development value chain system. And the quality for us means programs are responsive, they are aligned to the requirement of the labor market, but also we have the resources, material resources and human resources to deliver these programs. So, and this is where we are still struggling a little bit. Probably shall go into details later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, DG. I think both of you spoke about where we are now and some of the challenges that we are facing in terms of supporting students to move from TVET into the job market. Maybe one final question for this round is just, what exactly from your perspective do you think is sort of the key disconnect? Because, and I know DG, you mentioned some of these. Is it the curriculum? Is it the equipment? Is it the trainers that we have in TVET? Or do you think it's that industry engagement? So if you were to speak about, for both of you, you were to speak about which you think is kind of the most outstanding disconnect that you see from your perspective, which would you think? Maybe we'll start with DG and then we'll come back to Vice Chancellor.
Yes, starting with the programs, the curriculum. So our programs are actually very well designed in terms of the content, in terms of the structure, and the programs we have today, when you compare them to the programs they have like in Singapore, in Germany, in Switzerland, they are similar. And one day I took one of our programs and I gave it to a colleague, a friend of mine who is in Germany, who has a big industry in manufacturing. And then looking at it, he told me, Paul, if you can teach these things in your country, you will be the next productive industry in the world. Because the content itself is very well structured and very well done. And we design the programs in collaboration with the industry, and we involve also international experts. So the program itself is very nice. But that is only a document. So that is the first step of skills development. Then when it comes to its implementation, so that's where we struggle a lot. Because skills development, I always give an example of like if you would want to teach someone how to play a piano. And there are two types of training. You can give them a book where they can read all the notes, they memorize them, they can sing, that's nice. So, but if they are to play a piano, they need to put their fingers on the keyboard and start playing. So, and if you don't give them a piano, so however much fuel you may give them, they will never be capable of producing any useful sound, any music. Now the challenge you have in some of our schools, the programs are good, but the equipment we need to deliver this program efficiently is still a challenge. And our programs, when I try to put it into numbers, our curriculum is set in such a way that per year, our students have 1,200 hours of learning. And out of these 1,200 hours, 70% has to be practical learning. They have to be working with their hands. That is 840 hours of practice. So, but at the end, because of lack of the resources, we are like providing them like more theories than practicals. And you can imagine, if like they say, to be able, if I give an example again, to be able to fly a commercial flight, you need to train like 4,000 hours of flying. So before, if you are still below this number, you will never be licensed to fly a commercial plane. But this is the same. This applies also at using like a welding machine. So if you need to practice with 100 hours of welding using a welding machine, and you practice only 2 hours, actually you are not eligible to get a license as a welder. So, but the problem we have in TVET, we are here at home, we can speak honestly. So the problem is the cost of the resources we need to be capable of retraining our students in real sense of training, practical learning, and the number of hours they have to practice is still limited, not because the program doesn't describe it, it does very well. So, but when to put it into practice, the resources it takes are a challenge. And of course, sometimes we have also the right equipment, but also the consumables. Because if you want to teach someone how to cook a fish, you need to have a fish. So, and if you have only one fish, this one fish will not turn them into professionals in cooking. So you need 10, 20,000 fishes so that they can master these skills of cooking. So, and this has a cost, and sometimes this cost is not affordable. So, and one single element again, which is also a critical element, is the trainers, the teachers. So for us, a teacher is actually not someone who has pedagogical know-how. So they have to have technical skills. They are actually industry professionals and experts. So, but teachers who are qualified are also not affordable to us because they are very expensive. So, because if you look like whatever you can see in this beautiful room, so we teach everything that you can see with your eyes here today. But if someone can set up this room, this as an interior designer professional, how do I convince him or her to come and become a teacher if I can only pay less than 10% of what he can get when they work in the industry? So for us, teachers is also one of the bottlenecks. Of course, we try to train them, we develop their capacity, but it has also a cost. So those are the two bottlenecks I will talk about, but we can continue discussing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, DG. And Vice Chancellor, over to you.
Thanks. I think looking at all these components you talked about, they are all integrated. And I think there has to be taken as in a holistic approach when it comes to quality training and delivery. But while I agree with most of what he said, I think we still have a lot to do on the curriculum design. Because content is one thing and design is another thing. So, and it comes back to the planning. How are we planning this curriculum to be implemented? And there is a role of work there, which I think we do not spend much time on in regard to the learning outcomes that we want. So yes, we want the technical skills, we want the thinking skills, the critical thinking skills, we want the problem-solving skills, we want communication skills, we want leadership skills, but how are we designing this curriculum so that, you know, all these skills are brought in? And here comes back to the implementation, of course. And for me, there is a lot we are doing in training the teachers, there is a lot we are doing in equipping, but the curriculum design and the industry engagement, we still have a lot to do. Because where you don't have equipment, you can engage the industry to support in the training delivery. And here we don't see that. And from our experience and also looking at where they implement technical education, we see that strong alignment. The school cannot have every equipment that you need. So there are things that you do in the industry during the training implementation, not only during the internship. So I think that's where we need to see the private sector. Sometimes there is much more effort from our side, the training institutions, but also I think the industry needs to come on board and be part of that training process, because we know they are the ones who need, you know, our graduates. So I think those are the two things, program design and stronger industry engagement.
Thank you so much, Vice Chancellor. And actually, I will stay with you. This is a good transition from this discussion around the design of the programs. From your perspective, what do you think are the most effective training approaches or programs that you feel are already delivering strong employment outcomes in Rwanda?
That's a good question. Yes, we've, as I said, we've come a long way, and there's still some challenge in regard to industry engagement, as I said. But where we've seen tremendous results is when we are strongly engaged with that particular sector. If I give some example, the mining sector and the logistics sector. We've seen, because students are able to get that learning, that applied learning, that experiential learning with the industry itself. And we see a lot of conversation and communication with the industry, and they are able to adjust the training needs. And we've seen 90% graduate employability just by the time of graduation. And this has never been heard of. Of course, there's also the development in that industry, which also influence and drive, because it's expanding and they need more workers. In the logistics sector, we've seen the industry coming to give further training to get the certifications. When we are talking about stronger industry engagement, there is also that kind of professional training that is part of it. So we've seen that industry requesting, students to be professionally trained, not professionally professional internships, but also a lot of promise of job placement after graduation. So that experiential learning outside classroom is very important, and this is enabled by the industry itself. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Vice Chancellor. So a really clear call to industry to have much more engagement with the skilling and the training of students within TVET. Back over to our DG. We had a question around scale. So if we know what works within this sector, what do you think is preventing us from scaling these models across the system? You spoke about, of course, the resources for materials and the trainers. Vice Chancellor has spoken about the engagement with industry. From your perspective, what do you think is preventing us to really scale those programs that we know have been effective or show that they are effective?
Yes, some of the training modalities have really rated themselves as very efficient. So if I can give the example of like the dual training program that we have recently started, whereby training happens in industry and at school at the same time, where students spend 50% of their learning time at school and another 50% at the industry. It has been very efficient because I've seen that graduates from this program, this way of teaching and learning, secure employment very fast, and almost all of them above 90%. And we are trying to scale it up. Now, so far, we have signed a collaboration agreement with more than 130 companies in Rwanda, so which are collaborating with our schools to jointly train our students in this dual training framework. So it is very efficient, it is scalable, but of course it requires the involvement of our private sector, which is also still growing somehow, because to have a company which is capable of, I would say, delivering most of the content we have in our program is also not quite easy, but also to have them be convinced that they have to play their role in skills development is quite a journey. So, but we have seen positive feedback from the employers, and we are even so grateful because the industry, the private sector is really very responsive these days. They are supporting us. So, and this model, we are implementing it in 16 schools so far, with a target of scaling it up nationwide as we move forward and as we get more companies getting involved. So, but we have also started starting like another program. We call it industrial-based training. So, where the learning happens in industry. Not only at school, because to acquire skills doesn't require only to sit in a classroom and learn. But one of the other best way of learning is to learn within the industry. So as of last year, we have collaborated with more than 200 companies to train our students fully in a company. So companies are setting up their training centers in their own companies, and we collaborate with them, we monitor the training, we train their staff to become like teachers. And the good news is that as of last year, we have graduated 7,000 Rwandan people, young people, fully trained in industry. And these at no cost, the total cost covered by the industry themselves. And that has been very efficient. And we keep on mobilizing, so other companies. So the dream we have is that every company, however small or big it is, they have a training academy aside. So, and we work together with them, we train them, we give them the materials they need, but they train on the job. So, and this is, on the side of the government, it's very cost effective because we don't have to invest in it. But also on the industry, it is very beneficial because they are kind of training their own future employees. So it's something I would say like it's scalable and it is efficient, and we shall keep on investing most of the efforts into this kind of learning. So thank you.
Thank you, DG. That's really an impressive number, and it seems like a model that would be really great to consider for scale-up in the country. So a question for both of you is around, so we've talked a little bit about the design of the programs, and we've talked about the implementation at scale. So if we had to push a little bit, do you think the challenge that we are facing currently is more around the design of the programs? Or do you think it's more about how we are implementing them at scale or attempting to implement them at scale? If you had to choose between the two, which one do you think is a bigger challenge that you see? So maybe we'll start with Vice Chancellor, then we'll come back to you, DG.
I think I said it earlier. I think it's on the design, because here you can be able to assess the requirements for scale. And you are able to identify what are the challenges that you have already in implementing that curriculum, and you can have alternatives. And I think here, when we are talking about the education outcomes or the learning outcomes, we are talking about experiential learning, but also there are so many initiatives that we have, programs outside classroom, but how do we integrate those programs to reach those outcomes that we want in a particular program, academic program? I think it comes back on how you design the learning, and we talk about many things, and the industry talks about, we need entrepreneurship skills, we need, students to come up with project management skills, we need self-driving, students, but how do you translate that into the curriculum? So I think that's where we need to look at things more in a comprehensive manner or holistically, to bring about, those outcomes. So I think when you get it right at the design process, I think you can be able to work on the scaling up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice Chancellor. And DG, over to you.
Yeah, on our side in basic TVET, the biggest challenge is not the curriculum itself, but the way we implement it. So because implementation has a lot of requirements. And one of the biggest challenges, as I said, is the resources that we need in terms of the materials and equipment, but also the capacity of the teachers to use these resources to help our learners to acquire the skills they need. So that's where we still have to invest a lot. So, and I feel like because for the programs, we revise them very easily. So whenever there is a new emerging technology, it takes some few hours to incorporate these new emerging technologies into the programs. So by the time it takes to acquire the resources we need to really implement these programs, so it's not easy. So, and I believe if we had all the resources we need to implement even the programs we have as of today, so this country would look very different in the near future. So thank you.
Thank you so much, DG. So we'll move now into a conversation around the private sector, or sort of the demand for the skills that are being produced by your institutions. And I think both of you have alluded to this a little bit in the discussion so far. But the question here is, are employers sufficiently involved in shaping training programs And how do we strengthen that link to ensure that graduates are job ready? I think both of you have spoken a bit about the extent to which employers are involved, and maybe a really good example that you shared, DG, about the program where they're actually being trained on the job, fully on the job. But perhaps more generally, if you look at the ecosystem here in Rwanda, do you think that they're sufficiently involved? And if not, how do you think we can strengthen this link between your institutions and the employers that are looking for your graduates in the job market? So we'll start with Vice Chancellor, then we'll come back over to you, DG. Vice Chancellor.
Yes, there has been some progress when it comes to curriculum development since we started implementing competence-based training. So industry is much involved in curriculum, let's say, analysis of the occupation, you know, the skills need. There is a tremendous progress in that regard. I think when it comes to implementation, I think I talked about it earlier, that's where there is not so much, I mean, there could be more, there could be more. Yes, they support in internship and industry attachment, but we need more during the implementation process, during the training process. We've seen that this experiential learning, it's both from the industry to the training institution, but also the training institution engaging them to know what kind of challenges that are there so that students can learn, or what my colleague was saying, mimicking, you know, what the industry is doing in that regard. For example, if you are talking about AI, how is the industry is utilizing AI in the actual workplace, from either manufacturing or construction or even, you know, commerce or whatever, marketing. How is it utilizing that technology, and how do we also support our students to learn how to use AI, but, you know, mimicking that kind of industry environment. And so there is a lot of engagement and conversation to bring that experiential learning into the classroom, where I see we still have a long way to go, but also the industry being able to translate the needs. Sometimes we talk about our colleagues that, you know, the industry sometimes doesn't know how to express their needs. So there is a lot of learning to be done to get where we want, and also there is a lot of expectation on the training institution to understand and do a bit more effort on understanding what are the needs there. How, if the industry is saying, oh, we need this, but they're able to translate, how do they translate that need to the classroom? So there is a lot of expectation on the training institution and that capacity to understand what's going on in the industry, instead of just absorbing, you know, what the industry says, but how do we translate that? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. DG?
Yeah, I would say that the industry is really fully involved, because the first step where we meet the industry to align ourselves with their needs is in this first process of curriculum development. Because before we develop any program, we sit together with the industry, and then we ask them to give us the occupational profiles and occupational standards, so that they want to define the employees they want, what kind of qualities and competences they should have. So, and then once they tell us the kind of description, the details, the standards, the profiles, so, and then all we do is to go back and translate this into learning outcomes and find the pedagogical way of teaching someone from zero to this level that they want. So, and that is a very good stage where we involve the the private sector. And of course, as we implement this program that we have co-developed with them, we need to go back and check if what they told us like last year, they are still valid, because you know how fast technology is changing. So that's why these days we send our students back into the industry at least every year. Some years back, we used to have the industrial attachment component, so at the end of a full cycle of 3 years. So by this time, we decided to send our students back into the industry every year, so that as we implement this 3-year training program, at least every year we know that the program is still relevant. So sometimes we get feedback from the industry that we need even to change some of the components in our curriculum before we even complete this full cycle of 3 years. So I'll say that the industry is involved from the beginning, as I said, but also even when we send our students for industrial attachment, we get feedback from the industry. But some of the challenges that I cannot fail to mention here is like some owners of different companies. So whenever we send our students into industry, they are like skeptical of letting them really touching their resources, their machines. It's like when you send someone in a company, they have big machines, which we don't have in our schools. But sometimes when they say like these students are not allowed to touch our machines, they may break them. So if they break them, who is going to pay us the damages they have caused? So, but you know, even if they hire a new employee who is not familiar with the machines, and then they will train these employees so that they can get familiar with the machines. So this coaching process, this mentoring process is something they need to invest more into, because at the end, they are training their own future employees. So, but as I said from the beginning, we are really so grateful to the private sector, to the industry. They are supportive, so, but we need to really to get more into collaboration, into working together as we are shaping the future employees of this country.
Thank you so much, DG. So this morning we heard from Adia and also Honorable Minister of the stats for TVET enrollment, and there's a great improvement, a very promising improvement of an increase of about, I think it was at 14 or 15% in TVET students, which is really very promising. So thinking about these students who are now coming into TVET, and as Rwanda pushes industrialization and growth sectors, how do you think the technical education in Rwanda should evolve to meet the future skills demand from where you are sitting? We'll start with the Vice Chancellor, then we'll go over to DG.
I think we need to see what are the key skills that are needed in the industry today that are cut across different disciplines, or let's say maybe transferable skills, I would say. So what come up, I think the other three from my own thinking is digital skills, stronger digital skills. We are going in the digital era. Students are able to navigate, but also to have some technological skills, even basic coding skills, yes, using AI in a more fundamental way, but that ability to learn, you know, with all this environment that we are in, the project management skills, entrepreneurship skills. I think those can really transferable skills across, you know, different disciplines wherever you are, and I think there is no career trajectory that is just a straight line. You know, it's I think what I thought I would be doing is not what I'm doing, but that's the world today. So entrepreneurship skills bring in analysis of a problem and finding solutions to it, bring the critical thinking skills. So if you're talking about entrepreneurship skills, it's not only somebody becoming entrepreneur, but having entrepreneurship mindset. So how are we training today to bring those skills? Because out there, yes, some talk about communication skills, but if you are doing this right, you would be able also to get those right. So some have talked about soft skills. I think these all are integrated in this. So I think from in the classroom, but also outside classroom. What are the extracurricular program are we bringing in that students should be engaged into to bring those skills? I think they are relevant today and for the future.
Thank you so much. DG?
Yeah, I would say if we really want to prepare our young people to become the workforce of the future of this country and beyond, we need to invest more efforts in quality improvement. Because skills, it's like a universal term. I would say to become like an electrician, so it has some standards. So, and an electrician here in Rwanda should actually have the same quality as an electrician in the UK or in America. So this applies the same to become a welder. So because welding has some universal standards. So become a welder, it doesn't matter wherever you are, in Rwanda, in Africa, in UK, in USA, wherever you are. So it has some standards. And the standards are known. It's not a secret. So we only need to invest a lot of efforts in trying to meet these standards. Because with the current level of technological transformation globally, so when you look at the future, there will be no borders when it comes to employments, to jobs, and to a skilled, I would say, like a skills passport. So, and to be well prepared, so we need to raise our standards. And raising standards, of course, requires some radical change in how we invest and in what we invest in. So we may do little, but let's do it in the best possible way to meet international standards. So that's how we shall get prepared for the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, DG. So just to recap, in terms of sort of the key messages that we've heard from both of our panelists today, it's definitely on the side of RP, we hear that more engagement with the industry in terms of development of the curriculum would be very useful. And of course, the program design can be strengthened. On the side of TVET from DG, we've heard that the content is strong, but the really big challenge and the big gap is to ensure that there's investment made in the materials that are required for students to be able to have that hands-on practice. And there are some really great examples of industry engagement. For example, in the mining sector, it seems like that's a good example to look towards. But how do we move towards scaling that up into and across other sectors in the country as well? So just to think through what we have heard from both the Vice Chancellor and DG just now, I invite everyone in this room to think about if we had to prioritize one or two actions in the next 2 to 3 years to ensure that technical education in Rwanda leads to real jobs. What are those 2 to 3 points or 1 or 2 actions that we would think about to ensure that strengthening? And as we're thinking about that, we've got just a couple of minutes. So since we've got Vice Chancellor and DG up on the stage, if there are any questions, I'd like to invite the audience to please feel free to ask those questions. We've got just a couple of minutes, so feel free if you'd like to raise your hand and if you have any questions for the Vice Chancellor or for DG. Yes, please.
Thank you. That was a very interesting panel and I think well led. And now, I would like to say that in Africa, all of us are government-oriented salaries. Honestly, not business. And that's a very bad way of... so I think your students must be oriented towards business and working their own. Now, may I suggest that if we have what is called microfinance, and this microfinance from banks, whether they're governmental or private, so that a group of students, graduates, will make a small business, and then this will be encouraged by giving microfinance from these banks. Did you ever thought of that way of, at least, if I am a student, I'm sure that I will have a job when I am graduate. That would be great. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Another one, yes, Marcel?
Thank you so much. Marcel Zwomana, I work for Save the Children. I wanted to ask a question to DG. It's related to skills development and also where we see, where you mentioned that there is a lack of equipment in our institutions, but also when we see how even these students are going for internships outside where they can have an opportunity to have access to these equipments, we realize that there is no clear follow-up of these students. I have a few in my family that I support at least, and I know some of them, they even struggle to get internships. So you will realize a child is finding out in Nyabugogo where they have to go, and you don't necessarily know if actually they're going in the right place, where they will get the required skills, where they have the right equipments that we need. So do you feel there is that enough follow-up of these children, including even working with the private sector, to make sure that you actually have maybe an MOU with the right institutions or businesses out there across the country? You have mapped them, you've vetted them, and you know that you're going to be orienting these children so that at the end of the day, they don't go in the wrong place. You see, even at Save the Children, somebody requesting for internship, and then you're like, okay, because you asked for it and you're pushing, we're going to give it to you. But then they won't even come, or they come and they don't see what they wanted to get there, but their time has been spent in the wrong place. So is there a mechanism of really improving on this, or do you feel it's already done in the right way and I'm making this out of assumptions? Sorry, my English is not Englishing well this morning, but I hope you got it.
Thanks, Marcel.
Honourable Minister,
Thank you so much. Apologies, I have to leave soon. That's why I wanted to share my thoughts before I leave.
Right, thank you.
I don't have a question as such, but maybe a few reflection. The first one I would say is a general comment on our education system and how education is perceived. I think a big issue we have is that people learn not, they get educated not to learn something, but to earn a degree or something, or a certificate. And there you see some of the problem and some of the issues also Minister mentioned, people not going for PhD, all these issues. I think we also need to talk about it in this room. And it will influence, of course, also the outcome. The second one is the involvement of the private sector. Also seeing it also from employment perspective. It's really encouraging to hear that the RTV works closely with the private sector when it comes to development of the curricula. As I mentioned earlier, we are operationalizing sector skills councils that will definitely help not only in identifying the skills that will be needed in the specific sector for the future, but also be more involved in training. And here I think we cannot emphasize enough how important the private sector is. I hope they're in the room and they will also have the opportunity to express their voices. We talk about them, but I think we really need more to talk with them than about them. And then the other point is as I think DJ Paul mentioned, The world of work, the labor market is evolving very quickly. So how flexible are we when in terms of adapting the content to the demand of the market? I think this is also a very important point. We tend to be very administrative, I must confess, but we need really to find ways to be able and flexible enough to adapt immediately to the new needs. It's working, it's evolving very fast. The other point is about the teachers. I think we also need to involve the continuous teachers also in the private sector, because I think the investment in the private sector are making might not be available in the different institutions, our teaching institutions, but we can also work closely in the continuous training of teachers that will also involve the private sector. On the part of the social-emotional skills, we often say that communication is an issue, but I think we don't have really an issue of communication or critical thinking. I think it's rather an issue of attitude. And I think it's also linked to the first comment I made on why you get into education. If you get into education to get a degree, once you get your degree, you will think you have arrived, and now the private sector should come and take you in whatever status you are. So I think we need to definitely work on the attitude of our young people, of our trainees. This also affects the quality of the service we see. We always complain about the quality of the service. It's definitely linked to the attitude. I was just telling Minister Joseph that in Thailand, their communication, their English is not the best, but the service they provide is really highest quality. So we tend to think it's about communication, but it's about the attitude that we have. And this goes again with the career guidance. If you go, let's say, into hospitality because you think you will get a job, but you don't have the right attitude, you don't like it, you will not provide the service, the quality of service we want and we expect. So the career guidance part is very important. To start early, that our young people understand what they are good at and what they're good at. We cannot all do everything. We are different, and that's good so, but to support them to identify where they are good at, what they are good at, and guide them in that direction. And I think that will also help. The same for entrepreneurship. Not everyone can be an entrepreneur, but how do we identify the one who has that potential and support them to become really the entrepreneurs we want? So I think those are ideas and thoughts I've been having. When we also discuss with the private sector, they say the young graduates, they are very technically very good, but the attitude is a problem. It's not the soft skills, it's the attitude. One of them told us that he just hire based on the attitude, and he said the technical part, they will learn it here on the job. But if they come with the wrong attitude, it will not work. And then when we talk about jobs of the future, I think that part of adaptability, flexibility is very critical. And then the social-emotional skills, I think, is also very important, that we must put an emphasis on that, because even with AI, if there is one thing they will not be able to do is to have that social-emotional part. And if we don't train it today, if we don't have it, then AI might really replace us completely. So human beings are social species, that one we know. So let's develop also that one to make sure that whatever AI will take or not take, at least that one we will maintain that. So those are my few thoughts I wanted to share at this point. Not really questions, but maybe to contribute to the discussions we will be having today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. To me, it's the attitude, flexibility, adaptability. If you have those, you can learn anything, right? Musafiri?
Thank you. Patrick from FCDO. Mine is just a comment relating to the question Saima asked about priority actions. In my opinion, based on what the two panelists have discussed, the issue of consumables stood out, and I think it's something that should really be prioritized and fixed. So we need to have enough fish to teach how to cook. So if there is only one fish, it will be overcooked, and we'll end up producing half-baked graduates. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick.
Let's take one more here, and then we have feedback from the panel.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mine is on private sector again. We've been talking about on industry type of training, and I wanted to ask how much you are supporting the private sector to actually be able to start the journey, because DG was talking about the consumables, damages, time that it takes, and of course, coaching requires some, and these are business people who shouldn't have much time to spend on it, and even when they should be the next employees, but who knows, maybe they train them and then run the next day. So what are we planning, or what are we supporting these private sector business owners to be able actually to support us, either by providing them with the required skills to be able to train these trainees that we are sending there, or be able to meet some of these requirements, as you also mentioned that it's even a burden for ourselves, and then it's definitely a burden as well for them. Thanks.
Thanks, Silas. I think with those questions, we'll come back to our panelists for some responses to what you've heard. Maybe we'll start with DG, and then we'll come to Vice Chancellor. DG, please.
Yes, thank you very much for all the comments, and some few questions have been also raised. The first speaker recommended to think of working together with some microfinance institutions, so that once graduates are getting on the labor market can also have some financial supports, probably to help them to enter the labor market, also probably to run their own startups. Yes, this is something we are doing already. So the government of Rwanda, if you might know, has set up various mechanisms and schemes which are meant to support graduates with business ideas and to help them to put up their startups. So one of the schemes that we have is our incubation centers. So we have incubation centers which are meant to support our graduates who have some business ideas. We mentor them, we coach them, we give them the resources they need so that these business ideas can become viable businesses which can start being operational independently. And out of our incubation centers, we have seen quite a good number of startups which are even successful in the market. So it is still something that we can scale up to make sure that we have more and more incubation centers. But again, the incubation centers don't provide financial resources. But there is another scheme also set up by the government. You probably know the BDF, the Business Development Fund, so which is like a basket with some money where graduates or whoever has a business idea needs some financial support. This is provided by the government. If, of course, the idea you have is like a bankable business, which is likely to produce some revenues, of course. So there is such a scheme. But of course, we keep on also helping our students to get in touch with various financial institutions. So we bring even some financial institutions to come and speak to our students to let them know what are the opportunities and offers they can get from these various financial institutions. So, but the scheme is there, it is still scalable, and we shall keep on doing the best to let our students be aware of these opportunities. Yeah, and then the second speaker have raised the concern of the follow-up we are giving to our students when we send them into industry for internship. I totally agree. We are not doing it the best possible way because like for us, we have 140,000 students in the various TVET schools, 600 schools. And we managed to secure collaboration agreements or MOUs with 700 companies in the country. So it's not enough. When we send all the students into the industry, it's not easy to have someone, a teacher or a mentor who follows every and each student in the industry. So we don't have enough human resources and also the required financial resources. However, our students, when they go into industry, there is a mechanism we have put in place to follow up. First of all, we don't send all the students in the industry at the same time. So we have subdivided them into 3 groups. So like a third of the students go into the industry at the same time. So, and then they go together with what we call a logbook. It's like an indication, it's a document indicating all the skills they have and what they are expected to learn within the industry. And then we keep on staying in contact with the industry staff so that they can have their feedback on a regular basis. And sometimes we send our teachers also into the industry to follow up, but this is not something we are doing at 100% to have someone following up with every student. So what is something we totally agree to work on and improve in the future. So whereby the cost implication it has is not something I would say that we shall be able to afford very soon, but we shall do the best to improve. Yeah, and thank you, Honorable Minister, for most of the guidance that you have provided and good insights. Of course, there is still a lot to be done on the element of attitude and career guidance. We are trying to offer quite a wide range of career guidance services. And recently we have developed some standards in terms of career guidance. We have developed some manuals which we are sharing with all our schools to be able to help our learners to come up with the right attitude on the job, and I think this is something we shall continue to invest in. Yes, someone from FCDO has raised the same concern on consumables. I totally agree. Without practicals, there is no way you can produce someone who is qualified to do the right job if you don't train them with the right hands-on practices, if you don't train them on the right machines, and having enough materials and consumables. It's like I have read one statement in a book saying like, if you want to teach someone how to swim, even if you give them the most selling book about how to swim, they will never be capable of swimming if you don't put them into the water and they swim. So without consumables, nothing is possible at all. So you cannot teach someone how to swim if you don't put them into the water and they swim. So, and if you expect anyone to produce a skilled workforce without the right consumables and machines and materials, this will never be possible. Unless there is one magic you can use, but without the right materials, it will never be possible. That's why I totally agree with you. Consumables is priority number 1. So I totally agree with you. So, and on the industry, the last question was about how we are supporting the industry. So that because, of course, their core business is to make money, it's business. So they are not in teaching as one of their priorities. But there is a research also published by Germany where they have found out that when a company invests in skills development, it's also a profitable mechanism for sustainability of the same company. Because when you start training some students in your company, the first year you are investing in training them. You are investing your time, your efforts, and everything. So the second year, you are like investing a half of what you have invested the first year. By the third year, they are producing more and more and that in the long term, you are making more money than what you have invested. So that's why all the companies in Germany, they are like fighting to get students to train, because they know it's also a business model, something that they can do, and they are doing it, and it's profitable in the long term. So because you are training someone who is becoming your future employee and who understands your culture, so at the end, when they start producing, you are making more money than the time you have spent training them. So we are not providing any monetary incentives to companies to train our students. So we need them to understand that it is in their own interest if they help us to train their future employees. So, and they are starting to understand it. Some of the companies already understood it, and we are still mobilizing more companies to understand. So, but the government will not be able to provide monetary incentives to companies to host our students. And it's not even the best way to go. And no country is doing it this way ever. So, but mobilization and keep on really talking to them is the strategy we are using. So I think I have reacted to most of the questions, but
Thank you so much, DG. Vice Chancellor.
Before you go, Minister, I wanted to answer your question. Sorry. On the teaching trainers, you alluded to the trainers in the companies. You know, we have a RTTI, Rwanda TV Trainer Institute. We offer training to in-company instructors. And we are going to invest more in that approach, how we actually deliver to expectations when it comes to in-company trainers. And this will be a program. Normally it was project-based, I would say, where development partners would support. But this is going to be a program that is regular, and there will be calls, people would apply and then get trained. And here we need more industry engagement as well to facilitate the trainers to get the training. And in this aspect also, RTTI will also be offering a postgraduate diploma in technical pedagogies. And it's starting this year, and we've started actually to train on some microcredits, especially on the digital pedagogy, especially for the TSS teachers. And this is being run and will continue. Here they will get these microcredit certificates, but they can also increase and up to get to the certification and diploma level. So we are doing that, and there's still a lot to do in that regard. But to respond to your question, and thank you also for the comments regarding attitude. I think this has to be translated across the learning process. We need to be intentional around it. How students in the workshop are actually learning and incorporating that professionalism that we are looking for. Sometimes I remember I like construction a lot, so every time I go to chantier, how do you call chantier? Yeah, construction sites, and then when they finish, especially in our campuses, and you see dirt afterwards, and you see why don't they clean up, after their work. But this is something you learn in classroom. You train yourself to do this, and it becomes a habit, it becomes a reflex. So, and then at workplace, those are some of the attitudes that we are being blamed for. So I think we need to also do a introspection again. How are we doing it in the classroom? How students are being engaged in a classroom, in a group work, if they are doing a group work, because teamwork at workplace, communication, we talked about communication, but if a student is missing a class, how does he or she communicate that I will not be available because of this and this? So we need to, even in our environment, work environment or learning environment, we need to put these things, and you don't learn these after you get out. You learn this during the class, during the training process. I think that was what I wanted to say.
Thank you so much, Vice Chancellor.
Most of DG has explained. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I understand we've got enough time for one more round of questions. I did see there were a few hands up, maybe that we weren't able to get to. So if you have any other questions, please feel free. It's a good opportunity to have both DG and Vice Chancellor together on stage. So if you have any lingering questions in your mind, please do ask. Okay. See a couple of questions. Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much for sharing. I was just wondering, I know the target of 60% students going to TVET versus 40% has been on the table for some time since NST1. Good progress has been made, but still 40%, right? So I was wondering if DG has any thoughts why students are not taking that route and what could be done to motivate students to take, especially considering that 80% of them, or at least 70% of them, get jobs after. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Yeah, Raymond from the University of Rwanda. I have two questions, or maybe contributions, on the higher education. Clearly, there is, we still have many students in general higher education than TVET. So what are your thoughts on connecting the two systems? Because I think that is needed. Somebody who graduates maybe in an engineering degree at the University of Rwanda could have also some practical skills at therapy or other polytechnics. But this is maybe a system change. I want your reflection on that. And then the second question is also on what you are doing to actually change the culture and mindset. Because at the moment, we talk about a lot of industry that practically the education is building on those industries. But I'm not so sure if we have so many that are knowledge intensive that we'll be building on. And really, what are we doing to make sure more people who are educated actually start their own businesses or even go to industry? Because wenda nk'abantu b'abanyarwanda mubizi abantu benshi bajyaga kwikorera, those that we say ntabwo bize, and it's still there. So well, for Samia, I was talking about many people who are in businesses, in industry. Are those people, sometimes we say they could not make it in the public sector, getting a job. So that's still there in the society. What are you doing to change that culture, but actually create more knowledge-based jobs or industry if you want to change this whole sector? Thank you.
There's one more there. Yona?
Thank you. My name is Nyundo and I am from UNICEF. The TVET graduates make things happen, so this is a very important session. And I have two thoughts. One is, in the midst of the limited resources, how can we have lecturers, teachers at TVET level become resourceful so that the one fish gets placed at a salient point so that most of the students get to experience it before it gets overcooked. And in an age where technology is accelerating very quickly and so much change is happening, the basic education sector has got continuous professional development for teachers, whereby in communities of practice, teachers can reflect on new ways of doing things. So a suggestion is, how can, in the midst of curricular adaptations to catch up with the wave of change, the hours of training be utilized very efficiently Because ultimately, these graduates will all meet a reality of the 10,000 hours in the workplace in order for them to be masters. But how can, during the training time, resources be used resourcefully and teachers also adapt quickly to the change? Because sometimes when we talk about change, we look at it as an outside thing, and teachers don't necessarily think that they have to adapt quickly. But how can CPD become a community where teachers adapt to the change and ensure that they use that in time very effectively? And lastly, DG, it's right, resources are very expensive, particularly for TVET, but how can virtual reality be tapped into so that some of the courses that can be aided by virtual reality get sorted to be complemented by that experience, so that hard investments are limited to the few courses where they could be used most efficiently? Thanks.
You have our last intervention over here.
Thank you. Wera Jacqueline, British Council. Mine is on, okay, let me back it up a little bit. When you look at basic education, there is big strides that have made on access and girls, the number of girls in schools, in STEM, there is great strides that have been made. The opposite is for TVET. We have very few numbers of girls and women in TVET. What strategies are we looking at, or are we putting in the pipeline to see that we increase the number of females in TVET, because they're really low. So, and I want to see representation also in TVET. Thank you.
Back to the panel.
Thanks, Judy. So we've got, I think I counted about 6 or 7 questions. Could we start maybe with the Vice Chancellor, with you, on some responses, and then we'll move to DG.
Excuse me. Thank you. I think I will start with Raymond's question. How are we utilizing the knowledge to do what, actually to create businesses in that? If I understood well the question, I think we need more to actually communicate what our graduates are doing in their fields that they've trained in, especially those that have created businesses out of it. I think there is a lot to do in that regard to change the mindset, and both either in technical education but also in more general education. We've had so many examples, but I know a student, actually former graduate from University of Rwanda, she studied animal production, and she said, you know, I'm going to rear pigs, and she started creating that business, and actually she did what she did in her undergraduate, in her master's thesis. So she has created a business out of it. She's using the knowledge she got to do that business. But we need those stories out there to incentivize these other students who are currently learning. At Rwanda Polytechnic, we have the incubation centers where students start thinking about ideas, innovative ideas. Some are just businesses, creating businesses out of what they learned. And by the time they graduate, they have established their startup companies, they're starting earning money. But what is most interesting that I've seen is that one graduate, this is an example, one graduate, I think he graduated last year, or he's graduating this year, and he said, you know, I have 5 staff, and one of them is a UR graduate. And so that synergy is, so the UR graduate is bringing, you know, more of the sciences, and the other one is bringing the more practical application of the technologies. So that cohesion brings tremendous results. So I see here there is an opportunity for collaboration as well, creating that kind of platform where our students, technical students, and those from general education can really collaborate to advance this knowledge-based economy. I think it was a question on how do we utilize the time? I think it brings back that what I've said in the design. How do we design our learning? What actually these students are learning in this particular time. And it comes back to the planning. How do we plan the learning, and how do we monitor the progress and process? I think there is work to be done in this regard, so that we are able to assess. And how do we assess learning? How do we evaluate learning? Here, there is a lot to do in the teacher training, and how to be flexible enough, how to, the teaching methodologies, so that, they get to the results that they want. So here, teacher training capacity has to be continuous and targeting the challenges that are there. On the girls, I think there has been some improvement, and in the last 5 years, at least at higher technical education, we've seen that, yes, still little, but still it's a good improvement from 25% to 33% now. But we see also the kind of programs that we are bringing out that are more attractive to women. So we've seen that girls tend to go more into these business-oriented or service-oriented programs rather than engineering programs. We still have a long way to go when it comes to engineering, but I think we need to be intentional in those that we have, bring more, touch on the gaps that they're having, and this is more on the confidence levels and more skills, soft skills, leadership skills, how to intentionally bring those up. And they become role models to speak to the younger ones. So role models are seen by successfully leading their lives in the specific in their fields of training. So they are leaders in their discipline, and this we need to work on that a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor. Over to you, DG.
Yes, on the question by Charles about the 60% target. Yes, we are not yet there. It's even a very long journey. It has been part of NST1. So we are now in NST2, and we still have this target. But a lot is being done. So, and to achieve it, honestly, we are going through some very big challenges, which we are trying to overcome. So the first one has been even the mindset of our young people and even the parents. So it has been like an understanding among the entire community that TVET is for those ones who are less talented, who have failed other academic pathways. And this is something that has been like in our minds since long. And this is something that other countries have understood before us. That's why they are where they are. And that's why we are still here, where we have to import each and everything from these other countries, which got it very well, better than us before. Now we are trying to change this mindset through various awareness campaigns that we are trying to do. The mindset is kind of shifting. We are seeing really the number of students joining TVET increasing, and they are no longer seeing it as like a punishment when you send a child into TVET. I will never forget one parent calling me one day, telling me, Paul, I know you are in education and I need you to help me. Help you with what? So he said, they have sent my child in TVET, and my child is very brilliant. So, and I said, what's the problem with that? And he said, you are not getting it. My child is very brilliant. He's really good, but they send him in TVET. Yeah. So to me, like, it's like a punishment. Huh? And then I asked, what did they send him in which program? Then he said, that is manufacturing. And what program do you want him or her to pursue? I said, but something that is TVET. He even doesn't know what they want. They only want something that is not TVET. And manufacturing is what? Manufacturing is the future of any country that wants to be industrialized. So, but because it's TVET, they feel like it's bad. Huh? So this is like a perception that we are trying to change. And I've been seeing really a radical change in this mindset. And I really want to encourage everyone in the room. So please help us to change this mindset among our community. And everyone can play a role in this. So if this changes, so I think we shall also achieve this target very easily. But again, this target has also a lot of additional requirements. So we needed to set up new schools. So as of the last 5 years, we have built more than 250 new schools. And the TVET school is not just classrooms and with a blackboard. It requires also workshops and equipment and all this stuff. It has a cost. And we did also not want to rush with numbers only, so without thinking of the quality that it goes with. It doesn't make any sense to have like 25 schools teaching plumbers, and once you graduate 1,000 plumbers, and if you need a qualified plumber, you go to Nairobi or to Pakistan. So that is not what we want. So we are trying to balance between quality and access, so that as we increase the numbers, we also increase the quality that we are offering. And I still believe that by the end of NST2, we shall have probably achieved this target, or we shall be close to it as we keep on increasing and investing a lot of efforts to achieve this. So, and then I think the question by Raymond, you have responded to it. So the question about the teachers, how will it help teachers to adapt? I think here is where we are struggling a lot, because technology is changing so fast. If I give you the example, think of the program of automobile technology. As of today, we have more than 50 schools teaching automobile technology. And like 5 years back, the cars we were driving here, all of us were like these cars with manual gear shifts, with limited technologies, and all our teachers were very nice in maintenance and repairing all the technology of these vehicles. 1 year, we have now automated vehicles with automated gearboxes, which is something new. We need to retrain them to get to know this new technology. After you train them, 1 year again, you have now these hybrid vehicles which are on the market. So again, you need to retrain them. And it's not only retraining them, you need also to invest in new resources to be able to really train your students in this hybrid technology. So now we have electric vehicles now. So fully electric. So you need again to retrain the teachers to buy additional resources. And you know that now we have on the market self-driving vehicles. That's a new technology. You need again to retrain them even to buy additional resources. It's like things are changing so radically. So, and for us to help our teachers to adapt, we are not coping with the pace of this change. So, but of course, we are now trying to come up with a new policy. We call it a dual practice for our teachers. We need to allow our teachers to work at school and in industry at the same time, so that on a regular basis they are teaching, but they are also learning at the same time. So it's a new policy. Fortunately, the Minister of Public Service and Labor has left, but she has kind of gave us a green light, together with the Minister of Education, to come up with this policy allowing public servants working as teachers to also work in the industry at the same time. So, and I believe this will be a very good game changer to allow us, our teachers, to stay updated regularly. The idea of using virtual reality, so we are trying to bring in some emerging technologies in terms of the use of virtual reality. So today there are some simulation you can use. If you are training a welder, you can start welding using virtual reality, and it helps. But of course, it's not enough. You need also to touch the real materials. If I give you an example again, is there any way you can teach someone how to ride a bicycle if you don't put them on a bicycle and then they ride it? Whatever means you can use, if they don't sit and try to balance it, they will never be able to do it. Virtual reality can help us to achieve like 20% of the skills that we need, But at the end, we need real machines, real workshops, real equipment. They need to touch them and use them. So, and this is where we are still trying to invest of more efforts. So the girls, our current statistics, they show us that 43% of our students, they are female learners. So we are not doing such bad in these regards. But the only challenge we still have, we have some programs which are male-dominated and some programs which are female-dominated. If you go like to tourism and hospitality, you will find like more than 65% of our students, they are female learners. And if you go to construction or mechanical, you will find like only the share of female learners is less than 15%. This imbalance is what we are trying to change, but this requires also a change in our culture. Because if I say like, if you have like, you are setting up a new house, you need someone to come and sign a contract with you to build your house. If I send a female engineer, some of you might start saying, is it really possible? Is she going to make it? It is happening everywhere. But we are trying to prove that even female engineers in mechanical, in construction, they even perform better than their brothers. So we need just to trust them and give them this chance. And we need to encourage them to join these male-dominated programs. We are seeing some shifts, some changes, and we are even setting up some affirmative actions, like giving them some incentives, some scholarships in the programs which are normally male-dominated, so that we can increase these numbers. But as I said, we are not doing bad, as 43% of our students are female learners across all the programs. So I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, DG. And thank you, Vice Chancellor, for taking out time. I think we can all join in thanking both the Vice Chancellor and DG for their time and their participation in this panel. It has been a very insightful discussion, and we really thank you for participating with us today. I'll hand back over to HOD Rose.
Thank you very much to the panel, the skills panel. That was interesting. So it's time for lunch. We're going to take 1 hour. Lunch will be served at Fellini restaurant. You all know where Fellini is, just close to the security check point. And then 1 hour we come back. We still have interesting conversations. So when we come back here, we have a panel that will take us through the path between access to completion, right? We also see what's the pipeline from evidence. We've been having a lot of evidence since morning to policy making, right? Policy decision from Professor Andrew Zeitlin, who has been online since morning. So he'll be talking to us this afternoon. And then a very interesting conversation with the Honorable Minister of Education. So I hope everybody has gotten their coupons. So enjoy your lunch. We meet here at 1:30. Thank you.
Yes. It was being sent on the, they're sharing on the X sector.
There's a countdown there, so let's go for lunch.
Where it all starts, the foundational years that shape our learners' success. And so just so we're all on the same page, I'm not going to assume that everybody knows what foundational learning is, just to make sure we're all on the same page. Foundational learning refers to the essential skills that children between pre-primary to P3 acquire in their early years of education, primarily emphasizing literacy, numeracy, and basic social-emotional skills. And these enable them to learn effectively throughout life. So what is the role of the early years of foundational learning in driving grade progression, student retention, and improved learning outcomes across the system? And that's the question we're going to be tackling in this afternoon session. So to tackle this question, I'm joined here by some key education experts. First, the Deputy Director General of NESA, National Examination and School Inspection Authority, Kahlan Segond Mutoni. Thank you for joining me. The Cambridge Education Foundation Learning Lead within the LEFT program, Solange Umwizerwa. The Foundational Learning Delivery Unit Coordinator, Professor Jeanette Vaisenge. And the Chief of Education at UNICEF, Charles Avellino. Thank you for joining me. So, to kick off this discussion, I want to start on a fun note. Again, it's the afternoon, yeah? Let's start on a fun note. Are you guys ready? All right. Are you ready?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So, you know, in foundational learning, we talk a lot about play-based learning. And so let's bring it home to your own childhoods. I want you guys to think back to a game you loved playing when you were a child. What was it? And what would you say it taught you? It could also be a favorite song. Feel free to sing it. Okay, I'll start with Kahlan.
Okay, thank you. I think this is a common game we used to, millennials in the loan, please. Yes, Ichimodoka. So we used to have 4 cycles, and there are 2 people at the end where they are distributing the ball, and we just have to run in those 4 cycles, and 1 cycle count 1. And whenever the ball, like, you know, they catch it and we're not in one of the cycle, you need to be, you know, in this, you know, in the center, and they have to shoot you. But the fun things about that, you need really to count very quickly. And also why running. It was a very fun game, and I wish I can again play that game. Thank you.
All right, thank you. It's Modoka. I don't think I played that one, but it sounds fun. Next, Charles.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. I thought about this, but I think one game that comes to mind is when we were kids, there is a game, I don't know whether it's played here. You have a set of blocks that you start with big and it grows to very tiny. So you have to build it upwards and it comes to maybe half a meter. So the trick is that you have people, one side is standing the other side and the other, you're in the middle. So they throw a soft ball at you. So when the ball goes the other side, you quickly build the block. And the trick is that it shouldn't fall. So it falls and then you're out. So what I learned from that is that precision, because you have to time the person who is trying to throw the softball at you, and then you keep your eye on where you have stopped so that you're able to. So you're multitasking, but at the same time you're strategizing how to dodge you know, the softball. So I think it's a nice, of course you have the physical aspect of it because you have to, you know. So there's so much, I don't know whether that game is being played these days, but yeah, it was fun.
Kathleen, I see you nodding. What do we call it?
I have been playing that game too.
What do you call it? Do you have any
I do not remember, but dodgeball.
Dodgeball.
Okay, in Kinyarwanda, I do not remember the name.
Tayari.
Agapira.
Ah.
I think it's Agapira.
Okay.
Yes.
No, that's yeah, dodgeball, but with building bricks as well. That's
Yeah.
definitely a lot of multitasking. Very cool. Okay, Solange.
Yeah, thank you so much. In fact, that was my favorite game, the dodgeball. Where for us we're having two teams, then we have another team that is in the middle. You have bricks, and then you have to build those bricks, and you have to ensure that the team that has the ball doesn't touch you. So if the ball touches you, you are out and you don't win. So it's really a great game that I did still enjoy when I was young. And I remember even when we reached at secondary, sometimes we were playing it.
Very cool. Professor Jeanette.
Thank you. Thank you very much. One of my favorite game at our age is Agati. You have to have two teams stand in parallel, and you have a small button, and then you have to run so that you try to catch a member from the other team. I think it was really a game that also helped to build some skills, including teamwork and collaboration, because the composition, the team might be composed of those who are very good at running and others who are not good at that. So it means that you should run, if you are good at running, you have to run very fast to catch up so that you compensate the time that was lost, because maybe some of your team were not doing good. So which means you have to focus on collaboration and teamwork.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's also a really fun one that I've also played. And I think in some of the school visits as well, you see the kids still play Agati. I think one of the school visits I played with the kids as well. It's so fun. One thing I did note is with the skills that you're naming, like numbers and multitasking and teamwork, collaboration, I think these are skills that remain relevant even today for us. So I'm going to start with our numbers expert who also loved numbers in her childhood to get into the serious questions. So Kathleen, this morning we did see that a very alarming number which got a lot of people very focused. We saw that only 15% of learners transition timely from P1 to senior 6 without repeating or dropping out. And that we also saw that only 48% of primary learners transition timely from P1 to P6. And that indicates that the foundational years are really at the root of this repetition issue. So to what extent is weak foundational learning the primary driver of repetition and dropout versus other system or socioeconomic factors?
Thanks for the good question. Starting with at what extent, let's first of all understand how other factors even draft together the foundational learning. Leave aside the family, because whenever the family matters enters the room, there is no learning at what level, any level. Whenever a child do not have a family, a stable family, in terms of psychological one, they will never learn, and it is very fundamental at younger age. Now let's now be talking about, and also that's research-based. It's not something that just come up there. It's a research-based. There is a rise research for improving systems of education. They try to put them into numbers. The first one, they said, like, leave aside the family, because whenever the family enters, everything is narrowed to zero as long as the kid is not stable in the family. Now, they said the first one is foundational learning. They need to really have a very good learning outcome in the foundational learning. The second is the poverty, because those are also one of the factors that also impact the foundational learning. The third is child labor. And whenever they say those three, they said, like, all of them, it's very difficult to say the primary one is the learning outcomes, because the learning outcome is kind of a center for others. Whenever a child has been able now to learn well and be able to read and count basic arithmetic at P3, there is a very high chance that kid is not going to repeat, also to drop out. And whenever that kid has been missing out the reading at P3, also the right arithmetic at P3, there is a more than 50% chance to drop out in the next 3 and 4 years. And you will see part of the statistic even here in Rwanda. After P3, you will see a very strength of dropout repetition rate very high. And this is because basically they didn't be able to read and literacy and numeracy at the right age. And also, they said also it has been very difficult actually to come up with that kind of conclusion, because it requires us researchers to follow students in a time. They did it in Ethiopia, India, Peru, and I do not remember one also other country. And from there, that's where they come up with all those top 3 things. They said the major factors are, of course, the learning outcomes at right age, the poverty, of course, that's also one of the factors. Also, the child labor. But they said all of that are covered when children have a stable family. So which is like parent contribution, parent engagement, even at higher learning, but more basically fundamental at basic education. At younger age, parents should be really engaged into student education before even they go to school. Like how do they engage in their family matters with their children? It's very fundamental. In summary, I can say that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. 2 things that stand out. One is you kept emphasizing a lot family, family, and family. And then the other aspect of it is also then those learning outcomes that are really built at the foundations of when kids are able to learn to master the basic skills, literacy and numeracy, that then if they feel strong in these basics, that they also are motivated to perhaps stay in school. So that's interesting because it does combine those obviously in classroom or the school system factors, but also there's the out of school factors like the family, which brings me to you, Solange. Sorry, Charles, I'll come back to you. I'm not skipping you. I'm curious because with the work that you do, I know within LIFT, one of the key components is out of school. You have a key component that's focused on out of school children. Based on your observations, thinking about the various factors that you learn when you interact with the kids, why do they drop out? I'm just curious to hear a bit of those observations when you interact with those kids, especially the younger learners. What makes those kids drop out of school? And how do you see the role of those non-school factors, such as safety, household conditions, or community dynamics influence attendance and retention?
Yeah. Thank you so much for the good question. As you have already said, LIFT program is focusing on two programs, the foundational learning and the out of school, to ensure that those children get enrolled and retained in school. And in fact, the foundational learning and out of school are two things that go together. Because, as you were asking me, maybe before going into non-school factors, if a child doesn't have a good foundational learning, if he or she didn't get those opportunities to develop their literacy, numeracy, and social-emotional learning skills, they tend to drop out at early age, because if a child is not able to read, if a child doesn't know how to read, how to write, and those are the basic skills that are helping learners to progress even in upper grades, it's a big challenge. But on that one, we are really very thankful to the Ministry of Education through its Rwanda Basic Education Board, because with the revised curriculum, they have added 2 hours of reading, where children have to learn how to read so that they can end lower primary when they are able to read, to write, and then be something to help them in upper grades, and hence they can like school and finish their studies well. So when I go to the non-school factors, Carlen, the DDG, talked about families. So in families where there are conflicts, for instance, that family has really a big challenge for having their children to progress in school and complete. So I have one real scenario of a child who was really on the street, but he was attending school. He was attending school, but he didn't want to go back in his family, because he was saying, in my family, there are always conflicts. My mother and my father, they are always quarreling. They are always fighting, so it's not a place where I have to go and be. In fact, the child was just not staying at home, but finding opportunity to go to school. I had to check, and I found that even the school leadership had to give them the school feeding even later in the afternoon, so that the kid can be able even to eat in the evening. So you can find that the family conflict is really a big challenge when it comes to attendance, even at early age. Imagine that kid of 6 years, 7 years, who is seeing the families in conflict, fighting. They also become very stressed. Even if the child can go in the classroom, but the child is not really there. The child is not there, she is stressed, he or she is stressed, she is thinking all of those things that are happening in his or her family. So in the LIFT program, we had to discuss with those children, asking the root causes of them for being out of school, but some of them, as I was saying, they were talking about those issues of family conflicts, but also others are talking about poverty, which again is somehow connected with family conflicts. When it comes to poverty, some start raising issues of scholastic materials, school uniform, not going to work just for getting money because maybe the family is very poor. So you see that there is also that those issues can contribute to children not progressing in schools and not being retained. So for me, I think to address those challenges, which are even not non-school, we have the local leaders, even from the village level. Yes, for us, partners, we are supporting, you are contributing on those out-of-school issues, but again, they might be
at the grassroots level. Systems to support, to analyze those challenges, the root causes of every child who is out of school, so that the issue is solved from the root causes. Because, as I was saying, poverty may be related to those issues of conflicts because families are not going to work because of the conflict in the family. We have some children with disabilities. A child who might have got like a wheelchair from maybe a partner or from government, but because the road is not well done, so that the kid can use the wheelchair, for instance, up to the school level, and it can contribute for her or him not to be in school or to be retained. Also, we have those teen mothers who are in their homes. They may have the willing to go back to school, but they don't have someone who can take care of the kid so that the girl can go back to school, which is also another challenge. And as I said, where it requires different multi-sector support to ensure that everyone in his role or her role support those children with different issues so that if the issues are solved, children can progress in their education and they also be retained and complete. Also, another thing that I want to add, which is not in school, you know, like children, most of the schools, they have double shift, where a child goes only to study even maybe like one shift, like in the morning or in the afternoon only. But in the community, what are they doing for the rest of hours in the community so that they can continue to learn? Are there opportunities in their villages, like, though I know that we have like some community libraries, we have like youth volunteers who support children in the communities. How can we ensure that the time that children are not in school is well used by children? They get support to continue those reading, writing skills, as well as creating safe space. When we talk also social-emotional learning, it can't happen if a child doesn't have a safe space where he or she can go and express himself so that he or she can talk about what is going on, so that it can help her to get a support and a solution which can help her or him to be in school. So, yeah, maybe let me just stop by here, but there are a lot. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for sharing the different factors that you observe. I think between what you shared and what Carden shared, there's definitely a pattern there. Poverty, family, and I think this is important for us to also then reflect on, as you mentioned, the role of sort of that multi-sectoral and multi-systems approach as we think about what policies or interventions need to be put in place, because clearly this cannot only be the role of Mineduc. Other institutions have to be on board as well to address those family conflict issues. It's interesting to note that, you know, you have a child who really, really wants to be in school, even when they're moving between neighbors or other people, because they don't want to go home due to the family conflicts, but they still show up to school. That's really interesting to note. And so this obviously does show that kids want to be in school, but they need a conducive environment, both at school and at home. And that's really important for us to then think about. And so, speaking of this multi-systems approach, I'll come to you, Charles. I'm curious, UNICEF works with multiple countries, and so I think you sort of get a sense of what different countries are doing, what works, so it doesn't work in other countries. What would you say from your experience distinguishes systems that successfully improve foundational learning and address those issues like repetition and dropouts from a multi-systems approach? And feel free to also touch on, I know you guys are doing a lot of work on stunting, and I think that's a key factor there as well, nutrition. feel free to also touch on that.
Thank you very much. I know in education there are quite common things that we know. Like you need to have a competent teacher, you need to have enough classrooms, the teacher-class ratio should be reasonable so that the teacher can, and all those factors are school-level factors, and also the family things are also common. But you still find that there's countries that are doing exceptionally well, even though resources are not a lot. And I try to look at different examples to try and see if there's something that I can share. And one thing that came to my mind is Vietnam. Vietnam came to my mind for two reasons. One is I worked in Asia. I understood the countries that are in that region that perform at different levels. And secondly, before even PISA. So recently I started looking more at the PISA results, seeing countries that are doing well and countries that are not doing so well, and trying to understand what the reasons are that different countries, especially those that have more or less the same socioeconomic status. So for this session, I wanted to share something about Vietnam. Vietnam, because the relationship to Rwanda it's that Vietnam somehow moved quite quickly at some point. And they are quite ambitious as well as Rwanda is. And they have a lot of effort that are intentional that try to move things. So when I look at their PISA result, I look at how they're doing, and also countries that are at the same level and those that are even higher in terms of economic background. So in the study that's in Vietnam, that compared Vietnam with other countries, shows that Vietnam has one unique thing, that is the system-wide approach where they bring in cultural aspect of things. So for instance, in Vietnam, education is the responsibility of the government, but the communities take it very seriously. So every parent takes it seriously. So the parents take education of their children beyond attendance. In here, we focus, I think it came also this morning, that we need parents so that they will allow their children to attend school regularly. We need parents because maybe they are not able to cater the need of the kids, so that there's some other support can be provided. But in Vietnam, they go further. The parents have very high expectations for their children. Schools have very high expectations. So because of that principle of the cultural aspect of their education system, a lot of the work that they do in the education system also focuses on doing. So you have kids in class, but their effort matters. So it's not about child-centered approach. So the system goes beyond to say that how much is this child doing? How much has the child learned, and how much if the child is not learning, why is the child is not learning? And therefore the teacher's effort it's aimed at strengthening that. So that cultural aspect, it's considered to be very important. Of course, they still have to deal with the normal things that we all do in any education sector. For instance, for assessment, even the assessment purpose is also to increase expectation. So it's not just you've passed, you've met the benchmark, so we're happy, but now you've met the benchmark, so what is next? So challenging kids to do more, I think it also ties quite well with what Honorable Minister of Mifotra said this morning, attitude, because learning also it's about attitude. Why did I come to school? I go to school because I want to learn, I want to become something, I want to make a difference. Compared to somebody who wants to go to school, a child who wants to go to school and just, complete school and get a certificate. These are two different things. So that kind of setup, and for the education system, I think it's seeing how do the reforms, when the reforms are implemented, how do you align reforms with expectations about young people? You know, you want to be a knowledge-based economy, and therefore, what is the expectation beyond the test scores? You know, so that system will allow every child to learn, which is what in UNICEF we call every child learns. So the goal of every education is that every child must learn and progressively, and regardless of where they are. So the second point I would want to mention in that regard is what you mentioned. For every education system to succeed, you have to be intentional about equity, because you would not have, everybody will not be the same. We have different levels of income. Another parent in rural area would have enough money, another one won't have enough money. But to make sure that every child has an opportunity to learn, there has to be equity-focused interventions. In Rwanda, I think a good example is the school feeding. School feeding, it's important because it allows kids to attend, because if there are challenges at home, at least you address that barrier, so the kid comes. But when they come to school, the food, it's not only the food. The food also allows the child it gives the child the ability to learn, because the child has a sufficient nutrition when at school, because you can't do anything if you're hungry. So all these connections are very important. So I think equity is another. You have to do, some countries have got people who are, population that are in very remote areas that are not easily accessible. So equity-focused interventions will make sure that you have provision, you deploy the best possible teachers, even in the most remote areas. But then for teachers to go there, you have to have interventions that allow them to stay there. Otherwise, nobody would want to go there. So these are all important elements that I think I mentioned the parent one. The last thing I want to say here is, I think foundational learning is very important, but there are situations where kids will still drop, whatever the situation is. So the alternative learning pathways for those who cannot come in the regular system, it's also an important area that you have to consider. Because there is no point to get a child up to P6 or P7, even senior 3. They drop out and then they can't make use of the education they've acquired. So you need to find a way that will allow a child, for whatever reason, who drop out, also gets an opportunity that is also equivalent. It's appropriate, it helps them as much as something that will help the others. So I will stop there for now.
Thank you. And the example that you give of Vietnam, sort of this cultural integration within the education system as well, where you have parents who are active owners of student outcomes, I think is really critical, and perhaps addresses also some of the challenges that came up, this idea of engaging families. I think it's also interesting to then think about it in the context of, poverty and resource constraints and so on. And you also mentioned that there are countries that, despite resource constraints, still do really well. So it's really interesting, and I think that will bring me to...
Yeah, maybe before you say that, I could cite the performance of Vietnam in the PISA, at least. I think the latest one, the average score is 380 something. It's even higher than Israel. They do much better than Malaysia. Even though Malaysia's economy is much better, they have a lot more. The GDP for Malaysia, the GDP per capita is, I think, over 10,000, 11,000. For Vietnam, it's about 4,000 currently. But it's still, so if you compare them, I think that number 20, 30 something out of the countries that are. So a number of European countries are even not performing as well as Vietnam.
Yeah. So that's pretty interesting, and I think comes back to what you mentioned, just being really, really intentional, of course, about who are the key players, and in this case, parents are critical in the system, and how do we engage them. So, Jeanette, I'll come to you, because I think while, of course, we recognize that, there's challenges of significant repetition and dropouts and overcrowding classrooms and so on, and sort of the repercussions that then we see in learning outcomes, we also know that despite these challenges, Miniduke, along with different partners, are actively doing things about this. There's several interventions ongoing that may include what you mentioned, school feeding, remedial education, the recent reforms, and so on. I'm curious, Jeanette, from your end, as the foundational learning delivery unit coordinator within Miniduke, what you're seeing as some of those interventions that are really moving the numbers that are actually significantly creating impact in these issues that we're discussing.
Thank you very much. Listening to the previous panelists from the DDG Carlene who explained the rationale of investing in foundational learning and the interventions that are being implemented from the panelists, I must say that the government has really taken seriously the investment on the foundational learning as a key determinant of outcome success in education, in work, and even in life. I'm saying that because the government, through the Ministry of Education and its partners, developed the foundational learning strategy in 2024, which is a 5-year costed plan, action-oriented investment framework to align the partners and accelerate numeracy and literacy. This foundational learning strategy we are implementing is grounded in evidence and lesson on what works to improve the learning outcomes. It identifies 5 priorities that addresses the classroom practices, but also the broader ecosystem to support the learning. So the first priorities focus on what is happening in a class, specifically on instruction quality, on strengthening the curriculum and teaching and learning materials accompanying it, and also ensuring availability and quality of teaching and learning materials. Those are the 3 first priorities of the strategy, while the 2 remaining strategies are addressing enabling environment. We heard Solange talking about the involvement of the community. So these 2 focus on engaging families and communities to sustain children's interests and reinforce learning beyond the classroom. While we have the last priority that focuses on strengthening quality and accountability mechanism across stakeholders. Building on these priorities, the ministry, alongside its partners, affiliated agencies, have implemented targeted interventions that are already yielding results and driving the improvement in numbers we've seen in the presentation in the morning. I will mention 4 of those interventions, while on 5th point I will talk about the key enablers, other factors that are indirect but contributing to the foundational learning. The first one is strengthening of teachers' capacity. That is aligned with the first priority of instruction quality. This one is a key priority because investing in teachers, particularly in English proficiency, which is our language of instruction, recognizes teachers as the central in driving the education outcome. In this regard, the ministry has rolled out large-scale English proficiency training with ambition to ensuring that all teachers reach at least a B level, which is upper intermediate level, aligned with the Common European Framework of Reference of Language. So since last year, approximately 16,000 teachers have been reached, and this month the program has expanded to additional over 60,000 teachers. This is a big number. And importantly, I want to mention that these trainings are targeting the entire education ecosystem. It includes teachers in service, school leaders, teacher trainers and instructors, district and sector educational officials, to ensure that everyone is aligned with the priority. On this same aspect of teacher training capacity, I have also to inform about that the pre-primary and lower primary teacher certification. It's another major milestone that has been accomplished last year in December, where all the teachers have acquired, almost all, because we've seen numbers in the morning, over 99% of the teachers in pre-primary and lower primary have met required standards. And this reflects the strong progress in strengthening the teaching workforce. To ensure the sustainability, these efforts are enforced by the school-based professional development, continuous professional development, which we know as CPD, supported by trained mentors. So significant progress has been made in institutionalizing CPD through development of a national CPD framework and guidelines, but also the inspection is including the checklist to ensure that the CPD is being implemented. Those are key interventions around the teachers' capacity building, which is very critical to ensure that we have skilled teachers who are ready to drive the momentum. The second priority or intervention I want to mention, it's about the lower primary education reform that took place. There has been continuously being implemented, but the last changes took place in 2025, which aimed at implementing an evidence-aligned curriculum on foundational skills, while also addressing the systemic challenges, including the overcrowding in the classrooms. You know, before, more than half of our primary schools operated in double shift, but the curriculum was still aligned in a single shift, which required revision to ensure that the instruction time is adapted to double shift practice. So following this assessment, the curriculum and timetable have been adjusted to adapt to the instruction time. But the goal has been importantly remained to focus on reading and numeracy, to make sure that by the end of lower primary, as the previous speaker said, all children will be able to read a simple text with a comprehension in the English and Kinyarwanda, and demonstrate foundational numeracy skills. But I might say that having that system that's highlighted like a two-tier system where we have a double shift and a single shift, there is a need to ensure that there is equitable access to all runners, both within a single shift and double shift. And the long-term goal is to eliminate double shift. Of course, it requires investment in infrastructure. The third intervention that is showing a result, Minister referred to it in the morning in his introductory remarks. It's introduction of remedial learning program. because we've seen that despite the gains, we still see that the repetition still remain high. And to address this, the ministry introduced the remedial learning program, which is evidence-based and cost-effective interventions designed to support the lagging behind the learners. So it's evidence from Rwanda and even evidence from other countries globally shows that a well-implemented remedial program significantly improve learning outcomes, retention, and progression. So we are currently implementing a remedial program at through three main approaches. We have during school remedial learning, which is integrated in the regular lesson in the timetable. The weekend remedial sessions, especially targeting targeting examination classes, P6, Senior 3, and Senior 6. And also the holiday remedial program providing additional structured support during the school break. Here I'm going to talk about the results which are encouraging from the remedial program. Because in 2024, the program has supported 64% of learners who were at risk of repetition to achieve grade level competence and progress. Showing this result, the ministry has continued to implement this program. In 2025, the result was far more encouraging, where 68% of the learners met required competencies and were promoted. These were at risk to repeat, and then which will lead to overcrowding and then repetition and dropout. The fourth intervention is the strengthening of quality and accountability for improved learning outcomes. We have NESA here, and you know how they help with robust monitoring assessment that establish, gives timely school data, but also we have RAS, which is conducted every 2 years, and many ad hoc assessment and inspection. The school inspection has been updated to incorporate early childhood ECE with a strong emphasis on play-based learning. We have heard from the beginning how these play a critical role at the foundational level. In addition, tools for pre-primary, you know, before there wasn't an assessment at the pre-primary level, but now the tools are being developed to enable timely tracking learners' progress at that early age, to identify the gaps, also design targeted intervention around the foundational level. So those are key important interventions, but there are other key enablers, if I may say. Those are not directly targeting the learners in school or what is happening in the school, but they are really contributing to learning outcomes. I can talk about expansion of infrastructures. You've seen in the morning how numbers of ECDs clustered to school has increased. And although this has been done, we still have a challenge, because the enrollment still is now, it has progressed, but we are at 50% net enrollment. So though we have overcrowding, we still have overcrowding in classes, but it's worth also mentioning of the efforts that is being done to increase the number of classrooms. Or the last intervention, which is a key enabler to learning outcome at the foundational level, it's the school feeding. We've seen how it has contributed to enrollment, to attendance, and retention, with 99% of the learners having a nutritious meal at school. So those are the key interventions that are being implemented and that are really showing results at the foundational level. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Jeanette. And I think you lay out quite a lot of interventions that are ongoing. And so I think it's good news for all of us, right? It's a lot of good news that so much is happening, and we also see the impact it's creating. One thing I did note earlier in the data is we saw that, for example, last year, P1 had the highest repetition rate of about 35%, and that declined by 10%, about, to now around 24%. So clearly, those interventions that were put in place are creating such significant impact that if we continue sort of on the path that we're on, and we see another 10% or more next year, the repetition rates are going to go down significantly lower. So it's really good to see that despite those challenges, there's also a lot that's happening. I do have one last question, which will be quick. But before we do that, as promised, I said I'll keep your attention. So I'm going to ask everybody to stand, because we need to move our bodies a little bit, so I can keep your attention as we wrap up, and then we'll wrap up here. Okay, so everybody is standing, yeah? Some people are still standing, okay. So, except me, I know, because I need a mic that's a bit taller than this. But let's do some shaking. Move your body a bit. Show you. Yes, move your body, move your body. Do some turning around. Shake, shake, shake. Shake the mango tree. Shake, shake, shake. Mango yellow. Mango green. Shake, shake. You guys don't go to preschools. Okay, are you? Yes, let's do another round of moving, moving. Okay, now we can take our seats. I think I have your attention again, I think. All right, thank you so much. So, just to wrap it up, our last question, and very, 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 very quickly, is of course, we heard about those interventions that are ongoing, and I think it will also be good to know, just from your different perspectives, what key actions you think, you think should be prioritized within the next 12 months. Very quick, less than 1 minute. Kathleen? Actions, interventions.
Remedial program, in one word.
Yes, that's good.
Remedial program.
Prioritize the remedial program.
Yes.
Certainly. Charles?
I think there's a lot going on, as Prof. elaborated. There's also time now to see how to pick out those that are working very well. And I'm specifically thinking here a little bit more collaboration between the universities and the Ministry of Education, because we know remedial education is working. There may be other things working. So how do we really bring research more into what we do, so that it's not, the question is not about how much do we invest, but how much are we getting out of what we've invested. Yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
Solange?
Yeah, thank you so much. Mine is, today we're very happy to have different ministers from different ministries. So I would like to see them working together to identify the root causes of children who are out of school and those who are at risk of dropping out, so that they can put in place measures to accompany them to ensure that they get all in school, they progress, they get retained and complete their education, and improve the rate that we saw that only 15% of learners complete basic education. So I think with that collaboration, we can have that percentage increased. Thank you.
Certainly. Which does bring us back to what you mentioned earlier, this cross-sectoral collaboration.
Yeah. Okay, I previously had two, But one of them, Caroline, has
prioritize.
Okay, I would say accelerate access and quality in pre-primary through clustering. So aligning or clustering community-based CDs to school to increase the enrollment, because the data shows that 48 of learners enter primary school. Only 48 of learners who enter primary school have had access to pre-primary. So as we have seen, the foundational skills, whether soft and also other skills are first formed at the foundational level at pre-primary. So expanding the pre-primary level and clustering them to schools and be a priority.
Definitely makes sense, and that's as we say really where it starts, right? We do have, I think, still a low percentage of students who are enrolled, or young learners who are enrolled in pre-primary. We bring that up, then we're really setting them up with a strong foundation. By the time they go to P1, the repetition rates are not as high and so on. You had one last thing to say?
It's still about the remedial. The remedial is there, but its implementation, that's where we need really to refine how we are giving that remedial. If it is end of unit, if it is during the weekend, if it is in the holidays, because school feeding has been there for quite some times, but remedial is something that have been introduced quite like last year, and that's when exactly you have seen the 10% dropping out. So I think we need to refine the way we are doing it, and of course we are here to monitor it, but really need us to implement very well remedial, because even data show that there is a slightly 10% of repetition that were reduced in one academic year. Just to emphasize how remedial have been helping us in just 1 year. Thank you.
Definitely. Thank you so much, you all. And so as we conclude, the one last thing I want to be able to do, DG Rose, if you allow me, is I think today, as obviously we know, the primary reason that brought us here is the numbers. And so I want to leave us grounded in the numbers. As we heard from, and also I think grounded in those numbers, but what that means for not just the education sector when we think about foundational learning, but even for the country at large. We heard from the Honorable Minister of Education earlier that there are 4.8 million learners total in the formal basic and higher education. And then we also saw that about 4.5 million learners are in formal basic education. Of that 4.8, that's about 95% of the total student population. Of that 4.5 million, 3.6 million are in pre-primary to P6, and that makes 76% of basic education learners are, of those basic education learners are in primary school, pre-primary to primary school. And now of that 3.6 million of the pre-primary to P6 learners, 2.5 million are foundational learners, and that's about 53%. But the one thing I did want to note, which you touched on, Professor Jeanette, is I think we would be remiss if we didn't include the 1.27 million learners who are enrolled in ECDs, but informally. They're either in home-based or community-based, and so on. And that makes up the majority of our preschool learners. Those kids are eager to be in school. We just lack the infrastructure to have them in school, but they're enrolled somewhere. When we add that 1.27 million, that gives us 4.1 million learners who are actually foundational learners. So of that 4.5 million, or if you look at the total, the 4.8 million total student learners, 4.1 million are foundational learners. So ultimately, these numbers make one thing very clear, that Rwanda's education system is at its core a foundational learning system. And this means that we have to prioritize and get these early years right to be able to unlock the full potential of our future human capital and to set the country firmly on track toward Vision 2050. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for interpretation of those statistics. Thank you very much to the panelists. I'll just give one, maximum 2 interventions because of time. Let me see if we have a quick, yes, Dr. Nelson, can someone help me give the mic to, okay, all right, go on, please.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Minister, for the floor. I would like just also to thank the panelists. There is a very sensitive environment, the family environment, because at school we receive a student from the family, and then we need just to keep the family engaged, motivate just to support. We need just to make sure that every day, every year, every term, there is a positive, direct relationship between the family environment and the school environment. The more there is a support on the side of family, on the side of parents, the more at family level there is an environment which is very conducive, daily involvement, an environment where parents assist their kids to do homework, different assignments. The more we have a family environment which fosters love to learning, the environment which communicates, the family environment with effective communication with the school. This way will foster the success of our schools, of our students. It means from access to completion, you have performance, you have retention. And then the family environment has just to play a role. This also is a core. Even you know that a school is led by a school leader, head teacher. The head teachers also have just to make sure that parents are engaged, they are responsible, they are held accountable for the result from their kids. I wanted just to highlight the role of family environment just to make this possible. Thank you very much.
Important. Thank you, Dr. Nelson. Yes, just next to you.
Thank you. For the dropout, you haven't mentioned, is there any bullying by other schoolmates, bullying others, if they are maybe stronger or older? The other point, are there any boarding schools which might help as well? Because I heard of a meal in the afternoon. Then, is there any student support fund, especially from benevolent people and the government? And maybe lastly, because I don't want to take more time, what about social workers for the families? Thank you.
The last intervention over there. Can someone help me with the mic, please? And then we'll go to the next session after this intervention. After getting feedback, I'm sure we'll have some other time after all the presentations. Yes, over to you.
Thank you. Providence from Education Outcomes Fund. Sorry. It's a reflection that I want to share after thinking of the issues around children not progressing well and completing, or children dropping out, and the way we need to mobilize all the citizens to be responsible for whatever goes around, like children not learning, children not attending schools, because education is someone, I think Nelson Mandela said, a weapon to shape or change the world. It's a weapon we can use to change or to improve, to accelerate the development of our country, and it should be a responsibility of every citizen. If I see a child not attending school, I shouldn't just pass and continue my business. I should do something, and if I can't do something, there should be an accountability system. Where do I report? I can't do something on this, but where should I report this so that someone can do something? Thank you.
All right, back to the panel. Do you want to take over those two interventions? Any feedback? All right. So most of them were comments, except I think there were questions. There was a question here. You wanted to take it, Charles?
I'm not sure whether I'm the right person. Is asking whether they're boarding schools or student fund. I think the ministry does have boarding.
Yeah.
On the dropout, maybe Solange can.
Yeah. I think he has also asked if there are different initiatives that are supporting maybe children who are having different issues. Yes, the programs are there, and as my colleagues talked, like those ones of remedial, it's part of responding to the issues of children who are struggling, who are at risk of dropping out. We have also other programs, like the one I work with, the RIFT program. We are supporting children who are out of school, who have challenges to be in school. We identify the root causes of them to be out of school, and we respond accordingly. We have also other programs, the Ministry of Education program implemented by Save the Children called Zero Out of School, and many more. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much. Part of that, as DG Reb said, we are encouraging also that communication between schools and the families and the parents. At the school, we have what we call school general assembly committees, parents who are representing others, and they have the objective of reaching to other parents to ensure that they work together to address different challenges that are affecting children not to learn well. And also, in the school community, we have what we call village leaders, where we also encourage them to continue collaborating with the schools to ensure that, for instance, if it comes to the attendance, how does the local leaders communicate with the school so that they can go and find out that kid in the village, why is he or she not attending the school, and act accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Satisfied? Thank you. All right, so I'd like to thank our panelists for this great discussion. You can take your seats as we move on to our next session. So our next session is, we are going to look at, it's going to focus on the pipeline from evidence to action. And we have Professor Andrew Zeitlin with us. He's online. I just want to check if he's still there. Professor, are you there before I introduce you? So colleagues, you can check.
You can hear me?
All right, so Professor Zeitlin is an associate professor at the Georgetown University, and he's a leading development economist specializing in how evidence can inform public policy. So it's very, very important. His work has focused mainly on improving state effectiveness through the design of incentives, public service delivery systems, and data-driven policy reforms. He has done some research in Rwanda in education around teacher performance and incentives, teacher recruitment, and deployment systems. You've seen how we are doing well with the TMIS in education workforce challenges, but in a broader sense, he has also done some research in youth employment and skills, very, very important. Today we heard about that. Social protection and household welfare, also including studies on cash transfers versus in-kind programs, but also he has also done research in public finance and tax compliance. So this is Professor Zeitlin going to speak to us this afternoon. Professor, over to you.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Honorable ministers, esteemed colleagues in the ministry and its affiliated agencies and development partners, I'm really honored to get to be with you today. I'm only sorry that I can't be there in person today. And to have a chance to share with you some reflections on lessons that we have learned and some opportunities going forward for creating a really strong pipeline from evidence to policy and to impact at scale. And I'm going to do so largely reflecting on our experiences building an evidence base around the design of teachers' contracts, Teachers in Mihigo here in Rwanda. This is an idea that began as a pilot project called STARS, that's the Supporting Teacher Achievement in Rwandan Schools program, and has ultimately helped to inform national policy for the management of teachers. So without implicating any of them in particular, I want to start by expressing my appreciation for all that I have learned from the chance to work alongside colleagues in the Foundational Learning Steering Committee, and in particular in the Task Force on Incorporating Learning Outcomes in Teacher in Mihigo, colleagues at Miniduk, Nessa, Reb, our partners at IPA, and my other academic partners at Georgetown and beyond. So it's really, I get to share with you all, but it's thanks to the efforts of all of them that we have some lessons to share. I want to start by emphasizing that one of the very highest return things that a government can do, perhaps the highest documented return on investment for a government, is to figure out how to improve, in particular, foundational education outcomes. These make a fantastic national investment. Some of the very best and emerging evidence that we have globally comes from the work of my colleague Jishnu Das, who together with his co-authors in the LEAPS consortium in Pakistan have shown that a $3 per student investment back in the early 2000s raised learning by 0.1 standard deviations, a modest growth in learning. But when they follow these students up 20 years later, they find that their lifetime earnings have gone up by more than $3,000. That's 1,000 times return on the investment of that public dollar in the well-being of that generation. So we want to think about what does that mean for the opportunity, the magnitude, the stakes when we think about the potential benefits of a program like a Reform to Mihigo or remedial education or many of the other opportunities that have been discussed in the forum that I've had the privilege of following along today. If we think from the perspective of our STARS project, I'll go into the details that support these numbers as we go along, but the STARS project has delivered in a randomized trial, working through government systems, an impact of 0.12 standard deviations. And we don't really like to talk about standard deviations when we think about learning outcomes and the magnitude of those. So it can help to translate those into a metric that is based on how quickly are students usually learning. So these learning impacts are about 60% of a typical year's worth of learning. If we think about what the economic return to an extra 0.6 of a year of learning might look like, well, the best estimates out there from the literature suggest that that's around a 10% increase in lifetime earnings for every extra year in school. So if you think about what it means to deliver an extra 0.6 of a year to just one cohort of students, then we're talking about a financial benefit showing up in national GDP, if you like, of around $30 million in extra income, if we're to believe those kinds of back of the envelope estimates. These are the kinds of things that we might be able to achieve if we look carefully for the right evidence-based opportunities at very low cost. The direct cost of delivering the STARS project, or the revised Teacher in Mihigo at scale nationally is about 15 United States cents per pupil, which means that we're seeing about a 400 times return realized in the earnings of graduates of schools in just 1 year. And that's not even counting some of the fiscal benefit actually that comes from being a little bit stricter with teacher contracts over the long run. So This is one example, but there are potentially very high returns which are out there. Returns that might show up in tax returns that might, in the long run, even pay for themselves if chosen appropriately. So I think that raises a question, and it's a question of some urgency, which is abstracting from any one particular program. How is it that the government of Rwanda might build an environment of timely, continual, evidence-based policy, learning, and adoption? We want to say that this is evidence-based in the sense that we should take ideas that come not just from the best practices around the world, but that particularly look for opportunities to build on institutions and windows of opportunity there in Rwanda. We want to build an evidence base, not just they work there, but that can inform how to adapt them and inform how to deliver them best. And we want to continue to learn how to deliver them even better, even after they are deployed at scale. We want to do all of this with urgency for the current generation of students and not just deferring benefits to the future. We see, for example, as an aside, that in the United States, it takes 17 years for a scientific discovery to make it into medical practice. And while it's great that we have medical discoveries and it's good that they make it into practice, we want to see what can we do to tighten that timeline, to improve the feedback loop between evidence and policy. And how can we balance along the way longer term bets with improvements and growth for those who are currently in school? So let me share with you some ideas, some lessons from our experiences helping to design and learn about how national teacher imihigo might be built there in Rwanda. And then I'll turn to some thoughts for what this might mean for infrastructure and investments going forward. For those of you who are not familiar with it, I'll give a little bit of detail about what the STARS project consisted of. And this really is perhaps instructive because we've run something of the full gamut from initial abstract policy level conversations about ideas in Rwanda's health sector and internationally that might be informative. Those conversations started in 2013. We had a pilot that tried to test out different ideas to figure out what worked, and most importantly, to make sure that these ideas were not going to do any harm in the 2015 school year. We ran a full-scale randomized trial from 2016 to 2018 and reported those results back to the government in 2019. But it really was when the government launched its Foundational Learning Symposium, and crucially, when it launched the comprehensive assessment that could provide the backbone, the informational backdrop for this kind of teacher contract that would incorporate learning outcomes as part of what teachers were rewarded for. It was really then that the opportunity arose to do this in a way that might make sense in Rwanda and might make sense uniquely in Rwanda, because if you had to build a national assessment system just for the purpose of teacher contracts, that might not pass a cost-benefit test. But the opportunity to leverage Rwandan investments in the CAMIS, the TMIS, and the SDMS infrastructure made it so that such returns might be there at relatively low cost. Still, even though we had very intentionally piloted and developed these ideas with an eye towards scalability in the imihigo system from the very beginning, there was still a lot to learn. We'd only had one opportunity to do this in a randomized trial. So how might we best make this work at scale? Our first lesson was about adaptation. Even though we had had some success in the original randomized trial, we had to figure out how to do this well within government systems. The fact that we had a proof of concept was not itself confirmation that we had the very best possible scalable model ready to deploy in a new modality for delivery in a larger scale, working with government assessments, working through government payroll and the like. So we designed an approach together with the task force for learning about how we might iterate on our design in order to figure out what works best in the Rwandan system. And that process of iteration was to start with a base design, which you see pictured here in the center in blue, and then to think about some of the design choices that you have to make when you take a well-defined concept, whether it be remedial learning or teacher imihigo or something else, and you have to make a bunch of decisions about how best to implement this, how to implement this in a particular setting. That includes things like, should the SEIs, for instance, or the head teachers do assessments of students? So we built a variation where we had the head teachers doing the assessments of whether their staff, were doing a good job in terms of the activities that they performed. We thought about what kind of feedback should teachers be getting about how they were progressing. We thought about whether we needed to retest some students to make sure that those assessments were done with good fidelity. And we thought about whether head teachers themselves should have performance contracts, as the minister in his remarks earlier this morning referred to, where those contracts would themselves reflect the learning outcomes at various levels across the schools that they are in charge of. All of these were design choices that we could layer on top of an initial design idea that focused on incentivizing pupils' learning outcomes, but also a collection of other activities and inputs that the teachers make into the learning processes of the school: their presence, their preparation, their pedagogy, and their participation in Camus, which together we call the 5 Ps of this contract. So we had a lot to learn, and in fact, it turned out that learning about how to deliver this thing was crucial to success. The base design, the one that was closest to what we had implemented previously, it didn't actually really deliver impacts when we operated it through government systems. And it was only when we iterated and evolved towards other designs, and the head teacher, the one that had head teacher incentives aligned in particular, that we identify a way to take this core concept but deliver it with positive impacts at scale. This experience of adaptation, of A/B testing, and trying to figure out what will work best is not a unique success to this case. In fact, this is a common and increasingly popular practice, and lots of evidence suggests that this may be a route to identifying how to deliver impacts effectively. For instance, recent evidence from Colombia on a remedial learning program shows how they were able to take the impacts of that and quadruple the learning benefit to pupils of implementing that program over 3 cycles of iteration and learning. So we should think about this A/B testing and the process of adapting our ideas, even when we have the right core idea, as crucial to getting the most out of the programs that we do. And taking those alternatives and turning them into scalable concepts and highly impactful concepts is a key piece of that puzzle, or key goal there. A second lesson from our STARS evaluation is that adaptation is not just about finding the version of your program that will deliver the greatest benefits, but it is also about figuring out how to deliver those benefits at the lowest possible costs. And in fact, a big piece of what we might learn about when we are A/B testing, when we're trying to figure out how to do something in government systems, is to learn about what we can take out without hurting the impacts that those programs deliver. This is, I think, well established in other cases. There's a nice case study from the work of Angrist and co-authors from Malawi, demonstrating that a large part of the returns to cost effectiveness when they try to adapt and evolve ideas may come from figuring out how to deliver the same benefit at lower cost. So this is a crucial idea as we think about the evidence to policy pipeline, is how can we generate evidence on cost savings while maintaining learning impacts? A third question, and I think it's sort of unusual to be the researcher making this argument, but having been on the other side of it at times as well, is that while learning about what works is valuable, so while evidence is valuable, we do have to balance our desire for better evidence about policies with the opportunity costs of waiting when we have to decide whether we should scale an idea right away or whether we still have much to learn. So this may be straightforward enough when we think we have some status quo policy here, and if we sort of go along in time, we'll continue delivering learning at a constant rate, and we have some alternative that is definitely better than that idea. But that's not the world that we generally live in. The world we generally live in is a world in which our new ideas, maybe even our status quo policies, but our new ideas certainly have some uncertainty with them. We don't know if they will deliver high rates of learning or more moderate learning benefits relative to the status quo. And so we have to think, how much statistical uncertainty is there? And is it worth delaying in order to reduce that uncertainty? A case like the one I'm showing you here, where even the worst case scenario for our alternative still beats the status quo, that may be an easy choice to make. but it won't always be so. Sometimes we'll have so much uncertainty around what the benefits may be that there are states of the world, there are situations we might imagine in which switching to some alternative will actually worsen learning outcomes relative to the status quo. So we have to contemplate how much uncertainty is there? Do we know enough to be ready to adopt? We might also be deciding not just about one alternative, but about many alternatives, as we did in the STARS project when we were making recommendations for a teacher in Mexico about what new ideas should be taken on. So we might have some ideas like alternative B in the red there, where we might say this is definitely not as good as some other things that we could do. But you see that there's some overlap between alternatives A and C, suggesting that maybe we're not really sure which of this is going to be the best policy. We might have a belief about that, but we might not be sure. Do we need to be sure of whether or how much certainty do we need that alternative C is better than alternative A before we're ready to lock in? And a lot of times moving to scale does involve considerable lock-in. All of these benefits of knowing more are being weighed against the opportunity cost of delay. In the image that I've shown you here, in the figure that I've shown you here, if we were to wait, let's say, until this period halfway through the time period here has elapsed, we have foregone all of these learning benefits in the middle here, where those learning benefits could be accrued but are lost. The cohorts that went through schools without that better programming misses that opportunity. And as we've seen, those opportunities, when contemplated at national scale, can be really substantial benefits left on the table. Lastly, I think we want to think about flexibility when we think about when to scale and the question of lock-in. So it may not be so bad to choose alternative A relative to alternative C if we can keep learning after deployment and if we have opportunities to switch paths as new possibilities emerge. So we should think about how much opportunity will there be to continue to learn, adapt, and improve after scaling. And the more that we think that we can retain that flexibility to keep learning and keep making different choices, the better a position we are to adopt what seems like the first best right away and not have to wait for information to improve. So we take these three things together as key lessons coming out of the STARS experience. Number one, that adaptation is key. Number two, that adaptation may involve improving the costs, not just the benefits of a program. And number three, that we have to think carefully about not just the direct financial costs of gathering data and learning, but also about the opportunity costs of the time prior to implementation when we think about how long we should be doing so. What does all this mean for investments that you might make in the evidence to policy pipeline in Rwanda? Well, I think it's an exciting time to be doing so in this context for a variety of reasons that I'll make clear. First of all, there are potentially high return policies that we're learning lots about from the international evidence base, and that's great. And I think I've shown you in the figure on the right what some of those look like. These are from the Global Education Advisory Panel's Smart Buys report, showing what the learning adjusted years of schooling are per $100 spent for a variety of things that you might do. Which includes targeted instruction for people who need them, includes structured lesson plannings, many of the ideas which are in the ether there in Rwanda. So there are ideas that seem potentially impactful and good returns that are out there and could be borrowed and adapted and implemented in a Rwandan context. But I do want to emphasize again that I think that should not be done while entirely ignoring potentially beneficial ideas that are uniquely opportunities within Rwanda, especially given the information-rich environment with the ways that teachers are being placed, with the way that data are being collected through the comprehensive assessment that can form the backbone of lots of feedback and instructional design and the like. And I think that makes Rwanda an exciting environment where some things may be possible and may be high return that could not be contemplated in other settings. Among those things that we might think about are applications that harness artificial intelligence for either student-facing products, for teacher-facing products that might support instruction, or for administrative aspects like deciding which teacher should go where. All of these are the kinds of things where there are applications that would leverage the rich information environment that's being built by those of you in the room there, and that we hope to support ourselves. And so I want to say then that while there are good ideas that are out there, while there are emergent practices in similar systems, there are unique opportunities within Rwanda, and even when the ideas from international evidence are adapted into the Rwandan context, there's still a significant process to be had of learning about how to do so effectively. Secondly, as I've emphasized, Rwanda's investments to date in the information and data administration of the education environment really give it a unique opportunity to further a climate of learning. What I'm showing you in the figure on the right are estimates of district averages, but of something that we can trace down all the way to the teacher level, which is an estimate of what is each teacher's contribution to the learning growth of their students based on CAMUS data from year to year. So how far does each teacher move their students? How much value do they add to the learning growth of their student from last year to this year? And that's a really powerful tool, something you might imagine using to target programs to those teachers who are struggling to deliver learning growth for their staff, but also a tool that you might imagine using to learn about the impacts of programs as they get implemented, even without investing in randomized controlled trials or these types of things. For instance, are teachers going through language training programs, are they delivering better learning outcomes? If so, that should show up in the value added that they exhibit in their schools. So these data are there, and they're there and can be used as endpoints or as bases for targeting to create a real evidence to policy pipeline with a shorter feedback loop than that 17-year feedback loop in medicine in the United States. And lastly, I want to emphasize that there are real opportunities to continue to learn even after deployment starts. An experience we had in supporting the Teacher Imihigo design, development, and ultimately adoption was we realized that it was really crucial, of course, that the comprehensive assessment be completed at a high rate in order for there to be that evidence base for teacher contracts as the basis for teachers' contracts. And so we worked not only to build compliance with the comprehensive assessment into teachers' contracts, but also to think about and to quietly A/B test and learn about ways that we might support and nudge and incentivize teachers across the board to adopt better comprehensive assessment utilization, to understand what was being asked of them, to design features that supported them as they sought to use the comprehensive assessment. And we worked together with NESA and with our partner districts in order to do so. And so we see that actually, although our experiment mostly concentrated on the difference between the blue bars and the yellow bars, where the contracts boosted teachers' use of CAMUS, actually even the control schools in our studies did much better than the non-study schools altogether. And these supports that we were learning about and deploying and sort of A/B testing on a small scale seem to have helped support comprehensive assessment adoption across the board. So there are opportunities between the lines of broad strokes policy to be nimble about learning about information and adjustments in delivery that can improve fidelity and result in better outcomes of policies, better implementation of policies, and where there's scope for A/B testing between the lines of official policy. What might all this mean in terms of what comes next? Well, let me conclude by making suggestions for the short term, the medium term, and the long term. In the short term, learning priorities might include policies which are already underway or which have high uncertainty, trying to connect the implementation of those policies to learning objectives by connecting them to these measures of teachers' value added, of schools' value added, and making sure that, as was called for in the previous session, the things that are being done and are delivering impacts, and that they are being done in a way that delivers impacts to the greatest extent possible. An increasingly rich source of implementation data might allow us to better understand how breakdowns in implementation fidelity might impede delivery quality and might ultimately undermine learning goals. And that's, I think, a fruitful way to try to learn about how to improve programs as you go along. In the medium term, Investments in infrastructure for learning include technological things like the data warehouse, a data warehouse where researchers from across the ministry and its development partnerships could potentially connect these types of learning outcomes to program data to try to analyze impacts, and with potential AI analytical applications there. These investments include human resources in the research groups that can tap into these data to answer questions for policymakers. And they include investments in institutional frameworks, policies that create space for A/B testing when the norm, understandably, is for everybody to get the same thing. But how do we create space to continue to learn after deployment at scale? And groups who would monitor, suggest alternatives to, or innovations on top of, and grow key policies and their impacts. And in the long term, I think the goal is that this results in the growth of new ideas, the testing and the evaluation of those, and ultimately the scaling and continued improvement of them. I think a frontier that Rwanda is well positioned to take advantage of is to try to trace these things all the way through to the labor market outcomes that were being talked about when we talk about TVET, to the fiscal returns, to think about the extent to which some of these things may even be paying for themselves, ultimately in the public purse, as well as in people's, the benefits experienced by the Rwandan population by tracing things through to tax data and other key outcomes at the fiscal level. So I hope this helps to seed the rest of the conversation and your thoughts. But in short, I want to emphasize that it's an exciting time for the evidence to policy pipeline in Rwanda, that there's a lot to be learned from the experiences that we've had before, and that the information environment that has been built by many of you in the room creates real opportunities for a strengthened and accelerated process of learning and scaling policies that will deliver better learning outcomes in short time. So thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Professor. Let me see if you have one or two interventions. Sophia, you have a mic over there.
Thank you so much, HOD. My name is Sophie Mushimimana from IPA. Mine is not a question, it's just a little bit compliment about the role of data systems in strengthening, in scaling evidence-based interventions, and at the same time creating the opportunities for continuous learning in the program implementation. So I can say that STARS has had a remarkable impact on the growth of educational data system, and the results speaks themselves, like the very good statistics we had this in a morning session. So I think this creates also the permanent incentives to use the systems effectively. So because using the system is one thing, but also using it effectively, it's another thing. So we are all proud of like the data we have today, so to be able to implement this evidence-based intervention and learn through the data. So if I can recall, the remediation program has been like a keyword for today, and I think we cannot be able to implement the remediation if we don't have a stable and strong data systems, and ask ourselves what happened to those students who refuse like taking the remediation program. What's next? What can we help them? So I think we all recognize the effort for the Ministry of Education and the partners they put in strengthening their systems. This creates opportunities to learn through the data and provide opportunity for researchers if data are available. So we can do more, create new, pilot new intervention and discover what works. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Sophie, for complimenting Professor. Let me see if you have any other comment. If not, then we'll go to our next session. conversation with Honorable Minister of Education. So this will focus on what works and education financing. The session will focus on prioritizing investments that deliver measurable returns, strengthening efficiency within the system, and ensuring that education financing is aligned with national development and economic growth objectives. We'll also look at how Mineduc is already scaling up some what works, proven what works interventions so far, including the learning-based teacher Imihigo we've been hearing since morning, the remedial programs, and others. We'll also highlight on some of our forward-looking pipeline on investments, including programs such as the RISE, the Accelerated Education Program, and AI literacy in schools, and others. So at this point, allow me to invite Camilla on stage and Honorable Minister. For the next conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, HOD Rose. So the focus of today has really been about evidence, ranging from data and statistics, as we heard from Adia's presentation this morning, for which congratulations, all the way through to the kind of longer-term research that Professor Zeitlin was talking about, like the STARS Imihigo research, and about how that evidence has been used to drive progress and outcomes for students and for Rwanda. So now, as the final session of the day, we have the opportunity to dive into the questions of what we've learned, what that means, and what comes next from the perspective of Minister Joseph. So thank you so much, Minister.
Thank you.
Maybe let's start with a warm-up question. Based on everything that we've heard today, we'd love to hear your take, Minister, on the state of education in Rwanda.
Well, thank you very much, Camilla, and thank you to all the presenters that came before us. I think this has been a very insightful look at the data describing the state of education. And so to your question, I think the state of education is in progress. I think we're in the right direction. We are not at the destination yet, but on a number of issues, we have made significant progress. You can look at it at different segments of education, or the education system itself. If we look at the pre-primary, we saw that we are now at the 50.3%, which is in itself doesn't sound that good, but it's a trajectory. If you look at it, if you look at where we were and where we are at, it's actually very good. We are moving towards our NSC2 target of 65%, and I think that's something we should celebrate. But at the same time, we don't want to take the foot off the pedal, because we still have a long ways to go. Some of the challenges that have been outlined is that this is really a question of infrastructure. We want to be able to build more classrooms, targeting this segment of the population. I think we've convinced parents that they need to bring their kids to school, and they have been doing that, especially the younger kids under 6. And I think we continue to encourage them and show them the benefit of bring the kids to school early. But at the same time, we need to also make sure that when they do bring them, there is an infrastructure that can respond to that increase. So I think that's what we're looking at in this segment of the population. Already we've crossed the halfway, but we still have a long ways to go. When I look at the lower primary, the P1, 2, and 3, I think we've seen some numbers that are very encouraging. We saw, for example, repetition a drop at 10% for P1, 12 for P2 and P3. All these are encouraging signs. particularly since we have really ensured that children are not just being moved along, but they are actually learning and being able to assess that they've understood the level they're at before they can move on to the next level. So I think those two things gives us hope that we are moving in the right direction. However, we still have a high degree of repetition. Even though we dropped 10, 12%, we still have high numbers. So we need to really work hard to be able to see even those numbers come down. There are some reforms that were instituted this year, this academic year, 2025, 2026. So we should, I'm looking forward to seeing the result a year from now to see what the impact of those reforms would be. Our hope is that we should see the repetition drop even further because with these reforms, we've reduced the size of the classroom in the lower primary. We have added teachers in the larger classrooms. We've adjusted the content to fit the hours that are available. So all indication is that we should see significant improvement, even more so than what we saw today. So I'm quite happy with the state of education in that segment. When we move to secondary, I think there we start to get a bit more concerned with regard to participation. We already saw that the global, the overall enrollment rate is still low. It's in a 37.5%, and I think that's still significantly low. So a lot of effort is really needed to make sure that our young people actually continue their education through secondary education. I think that's what I would mention in that area. So that's the concern, and that's an area we need to put a bit more effort. When we move to higher education, I think you saw when we talked about what are the students studying at higher education, we saw that there is a bit of misalignment with the demand of the workforce. And the Minister of Labor did mention, made a point around some of the attitude that needs to be adjusted for our graduate. But overall, we really need to make sure that our students have enough information for them to select what they want to study at the higher education. And I think this is an effort that's underway. All higher learning institutions going forward will be reporting on their graduate, in essence knowing where they go after the graduation, those who are employed, those who are not employed, and so on and so forth, to give us a full picture, and more importantly, to give the students and the parents data upon which they can base their decisions. So overall, I think this is what we discussed today as far as the state of education is concerned. As I said, progress is being made, but we still have a long ways to go.
Thank you, Minister. We've been lucky to hear from various leaders in the sector about some of the things that are going well. Particularly Professor Jeanette shared 5 areas that are really exceeding in foundational learning. I'd love to know from where you're sitting, Minister, what are the things that you think have shown the strongest impact in terms of learning outcomes and system strengthening over the last year?
If you look at the overall intervention that has happened in the last few years, and I think we can start to see some correlation between those interventions, those initiatives, with what we're seeing as improvement. I would mention, and I think a lot of people have already mentioned this, around remedial program. So the remedial program, it was really a program that's looking at the students who are struggling, and then give them a bit of more support around the holidays. And recently, we've actually added a component where remedial is actually taking place during the school year. And we are seeing results from that. And this could be really a consequence of larger classrooms where students are not getting the full attention. But when you give them the extra help, that attention is received. And so that has made significant impact. And it started out in the lower primary, and that's where we're seeing the effort. So I think this is one of those things we need to now think about, how do we scale this beyond the lower primary. And we've done some scaling around the P6, S3, and S6, the classes where you're having the national examination. Around that, and last year we did that, and we saw some results. And now we're doing more of that, even during the school year. So we're expecting to see a bit more impact than what we've seen before. So that's really some areas that we're seeing significant impact based on the investment that we're making in those activities. Other things around I think Professor Andrew mentioned Imihigo, and this really is holding people accountable. We've talked about Imihigo, for the teachers themselves, but also the head of schools or the head teachers. And so that has been increased, and we're looking at the whole school rather than just specific classrooms. We'll look at all the schools in entirety, and this is going to actually increase performance even more, because the head teachers, the teachers themselves, are going to start looking at the outcome, not the input. We're now measuring the input. It's not just about showing up to school, but it's about the output, the learning outcome. Has that been increased? That's what we're going to be measuring. So this measuring, and as well as holding people accountable, is another, I think, engagement or investment that is paying result. And the last thing I would mention is around the data themselves. So the use of data. We are collecting a large sum of data, and we're trying to make meaningful use of that data. So we know, for instance, the student coming to school, the teachers coming to school. We know how the school is performing through the CAMI system. We know how, when the teachers are needed at school through the teacher information management system. We know when the teachers are showing up. We know how they're performing. I think all these systems actually allow us to collect data, allow us to monitor data, and allow us to do an early intervention. Now, waiting until you have the impact or the lack of the impact for you to act. But we can act continuously because we now have access to data. So those are the three things I would use as an example to illustrate activities that actually lead to results.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Minister. I'm smiling about asking this question because I know you hate the word pilot, but there have been some pilots in Rwanda, and I'd be really interested to hear what the biggest lessons that you've learned are about taking things from pilot to scale here.
Yeah, so it's a good point that you said. We talked about pilot. And Camila, I think what we were talking about is, if you think about pilot, we've done a lot of pilot here in Rwanda, but in other countries as well. When we talk about pilot, you do something, you throw a lot of resource on something, and then you say, oh, these are the results. But you were not realistic when you were doing this quote-unquote pilot, right? Being mindful of existing circumstances under which you're going to scale. And so I think we should be thinking more around the proof of concept. That is, you first have to imagine the concept, and you think at scale. So when you think about an example, remedial program, and you're thinking, how do I actually do remedial at a country level? And then you think about the teachers, the availability of teachers, the time availability, the resource availability, and once you take all that into account and you say, well, this is how I will do it. And now you actually take that and you prove it on a smaller scale. Once you prove it on a smaller scale, then you are able to scale because your thinking was already scaled to begin with. And so I think we should be thinking more on proof of concept rather than pilot around that. And some of the activities that are being successful and that are being scaled are activities that were thought of like that. They were thought of on large scale. They took the reality into account. If you think about, let's say, for example, I'm going to do a pilot at a school, and I bring in a school of 50 kids, and I bring in 50 instructors, one per kid. Of course, I'm going to see a lot of great results, but can I scale it? So I can't. That's why this is an example of why we need to be mindful of what we're testing.
Yeah, no, I really agree. And I think it's interesting that many of the examples that we've talked about today that have been successful did have the idea of scale baked in from the start. So Imihigo existed, the STARS research was about how to maximize the benefits of that system. The remedial program is already happening at wide scale. Even the English proficiency, the pilot phase was 16,000 teachers. So yeah, I think that's really evident in this context.
But I'll say that one thing we need to be careful of is we also don't want to wait too long, right? So we need to sort of balance the two. And I think Professor Andrew touched on that, where when do I have enough information? I don't have to have a complete 100%, proof, but I have to have enough information that tells me I can actually start scaling this, even though I'm still waiting on additional result. So for example, if we look at the issue of English training for our teachers. Now, this one, we started a little large, right? We started at a higher number because we already know we need to do something, right? We need to do something there. Well, our teachers are using English as the language of delivery, and we know we need to improve the English competency. Now, we've done some testing before at a much smaller scale, but we did a larger testing, and we found that that's desperately needed. So this one is to find a model and kind of speed up and try to get to every teacher in a reasonable amount of time, and we'll fix it as we go along. So we know there is a potential of making some adjustment, but it's something that we have to do, and we cannot wait to do. And so we need to make sure that we are nimble. I think it's the word that he used. Yeah. We need to make sure in our intervention we are nimble as well. So we want to wait for information, but we also kind of have to gauge that with the need that we have and make sure we're not waiting too long of a time for us to scale.
Yeah. And I think for me that's a reflection on the Rwandan context, is there is that tension between moving quickly and moving with enough evidence. But having worked in some other countries, not to name any names, actually that urgency and that drive to fix problems quickly is really inspiring. And so I think, yeah, you're right, it's about how you make that balance. And maybe just to push you on that a bit then, Minister, what are the ways that Ministry is kind of strengthening the use of data and evidence to inform new programs, but also program adjustment? How are you going to do that over the course of the next few years?
I think the first thing we need to do is have systems in place for us to collect data and make sure that people are sufficiently trained for that data to be accurate and also to be used. So we have 3 systems that are in place right now, which are being consolidated into one. One is the SDMS, the School Database Management System, where we have information on all schools, right? And so this helps us know where we are with school. We can track school feeding, we can track the books that are being delivered or used, the technology available at schools, we can track teachers that are delivering the courses or the training at school. We can track a lot of information pertaining to the school. We have the CAMI system where all the grading and assessment are being tracked. And also we have the teacher information management system where the teacher information is being tracked. So with these 3 systems, we are collecting enough information to be able to enable us to actually make decisions that are based on data. But that was not enough to just have those systems. We also had to train people at schools who are the ones entering the data into the system to make sure that the data that they entered is actually accurate data. Because a lot of time you would waste time, cleaning up the data after the fact. But engaging them, making them understand the value of the data, and having them themselves use the data at the school level increases the quality of the data quite significantly. And so we use this system to be able to collect the data, to be able to understand where we have issues, So if we look at the result of assessment, for example, we can identify region or schools, where we see students struggling. And therefore, we can intervene early on and not have to wait until the year is over and the student have to repeat for you to do something about it. And so this kind of data monitoring is going to help us a lot in do quick interventions. Also, when we look at the way we are funding schools, our grants that are coming from the budget, the government budget, we can start to do some analysis, for example, where we see one of the things we're looking at and we're tracking is that the standalone schools, like standalone primary, we find that this do the granting based on number of students isn't working because they're a smaller school. And so if you calculate based on individual number of students, it doesn't work. The math doesn't work. And so these are the kind of things you get by looking at the data. And that helps us readjust the way in which we're funding those standalone schools. We can look also at the parent contribution. We can look at everything is now accessible via data, the data systems we have, and be able to make decision on the actual data around that. So this is how we're going to be able to assess and use data to make decisions. And we continually improve the quality of data. And to the point where we would be able to monitor this in a sort of education intelligence center that can actually track early indicators that can tell us on some of the things that we usually have to wait a couple of years to do. So if you talk about dropout is calculated over 2 years. But the indicators can tell us we might have dropout in certain areas. So we want to identify those and then track them and be able to actually react to it without having to wait for the 2-year time frame. So that's what I would say with regard to that.
Yeah, and I think Professor Zeitlin made this point. Rwanda is pretty unique, actually, in the amount of data that is available at the frequency at which it is and also how much it's used. So I think it's a bit of a superpower that we can really utilize. I was really taken with what the professor said about implementation science and those tweaks that you can make when something is already in progress that can make it better. And the example he gave from Colombia about a 4 times improvement in remedial program was quite striking. Do you see a role for kind of A/B testing within the Rwanda context for some of the projects that are already happening at scale?
No, absolutely. I think we need to look at this. I think what the professor was referring to is this agility to be able to learn as you go along. So there is 2 things you can think of it, right? There is the monitoring system, which just monitors the output of a system. And there is also this inclusion of a learning component, the monitoring, evaluation, and learning, so that you learn and you adjust without having to wait until the end of the project. So if you see that something isn't working, you don't have to wait until the end of a couple years. When you see it, you fix it as you go along. But you won't see it unless you're looking for it, right? So it's really imperative that this monitoring, evaluation, learning system is thought out from the onset so that we establish those kind of that monitoring as we move along. But we also need to be able to adjust to what we see around that. And I think what you will see generally in Rwanda, and particularly the Ministry of Education, that's the kind of system we're establishing. And that's how we are. We want to interrogate, we want to discuss, we want to study, but we want action, timely action.
Absolutely. Thank you, Minister. Just to shift gear a bit and talk about financing a bit. So I think we're all aware that there's limited fiscal space. So I'd be really interested to hear about how the ministry prioritizes investments to ensure that those limited resources are directed towards things that are going to deliver the highest impact.
Oh, that's an interesting question. I think that sounds like idea, probably, when it comes to finance. But listen, we have to be honest with ourselves. We will never have enough money to do everything we need to do. We just won't. And so it makes us think we need to be very efficient and how we do it. First and foremost, we need to look at everything we're doing within the education sector and interrogate whether or not we're doing it efficiently. That's the first thing we need to do. And I think when we do that, we always find ways in which we can improve. And so we can stretch the run and frank. We want to make sure that we reach far more than we're reaching with the limited amount of resources we have. So that's the first thing, efficiency. The second part is to prioritize. We have to look at everything we have and then be able to decide where should we invest. And the challenge about the education system is not a serialized system. It's not like building a road. You know, you can't say, I'm going to build 1 kilometer today, and then when the money comes, I'll build the second and the third kilometer. Education is sort of like it's an upfront investment, right? There are things we need to do upfront that can help us in a long run. And the other challenge is that a lot of investment you do in education, you see the result years later. So if we're investing in basic education or lower primary, for instance, as we are doing today, it means that even to see the result of the child passing the national exam is 6 years later, right? And to see graduation is 12 years later in secondary, and they go to university that's 16 or 17 years later, and then we see a huge improvement in the quality of our workforce. So it is a long-term investment we have to look at. So we need to think carefully on how we are allocating our resources because of this factor. But what we saw is also that when we invest in foundational learning, in the lower primary, the result is incredible. Yeah. You know, we see that we do better throughout the life of these children. And so that's why we deliberately would invest in this in the lower primary, where people might think, oh, no, I want to invest in university, and because you go immediately to the workforce. Yes, you want to invest that as well, but you don't want to be short-sighted and miss out significant investment that you can do in the lower years or the early on of the education system. So we are deliberate at how we invest the resources we have. We are also deliberate on how we engage our partners. We are very specific on areas where we want to partner on. And we want to make sure that everything we're doing is actually aligned to a common objective and not waste resource by diverting what we're doing. So we align with our partners, we align with our resources we have, and we make sure that we are investing in the right things as we go along, mindful of the fact that our ambitions are always to be bigger than our resources.
Yeah, I think that Francois has also made the point really compellingly about the importance of the foundational years. And to me, it feels it's intuitive, and it has been for decades, centuries, that economic growth is driven by education of all and human capital. I think we're quite lucky to be working at a time where there is research coming out, such as, again, Professor Zeitland cited from Pakistan, you know, to have a 20 years study that can tell us that there was 1,000 return on investment from foundational learning. It at least makes it a bit easier for us as educationalists to advocate for the importance of that. Okay, I know we're keen to have questions, so I want to get through these last two questions to then open up to the floor. Looking ahead, what new or emerging interventions is the Ministry prioritising that you would like to share with the room, but also with people watching online? And can you tell us a little bit about how evidence will continue to guide your decision-making on scaling?
Thank you. And I think, you know, when we look at education, we need to go to the bottom line. So what's the bottom line, right? Everything we're doing is to improve learning outcome, right, for the students. And we want to make sure that all intervention we do is at the service of this goal, improving learning outcome. We want the students to be able to have access to quality and relevant education. Quality that explains itself, relevant in the fact that we needed to align to actually the needs of the labor market but also the reality of ever-changing environment we exist in. The technology is fast changing. The students who are studying university today, in 5 years' time, they will be living in a different reality than we are in today. So how do we make sure they're actually equipped to survive in that reality that we actually don't know how that's going to look like? So this concept of training learners to learn or to teach themselves, giving them the necessary base or basics so that they can build upon is significant around that. So when we think about the intervention, we ask ourselves the same question, right? How do we prepare our young people? How do we increase the learning outcome? And what do we need to do to be able to accomplish that? We already mentioned the teacher training. So teacher training is complex and it's vast. We talked about English competency, which is one of the programs we are currently running, but there's also continuous professional development for teachers that go beyond the language, which is more about their subject matter expertise. We also have to start questioning ourselves around, are we training our teachers enough? So if we look at the teachers that we have in basic education, in the lower primary, for example, or actually primary, the entire primary, these are students who are coming out, these are teachers who actually graduate from the teacher training colleges at an A2 level, for those who are familiar with the Rwandan system. Is that enough? Right? Those are the questions we are asking ourselves. Should we extend that? That's a possibility we're exploring. Should we increase the learning of our teachers? How should we improve the kind of professional development we have for them? This is an area we're exploring. Again, at the service of increasing the learning outcome, right? If we look at our young people today, so we now have young people who start, the majority of them go to school at 8 a.m. Around 8 a.m., they go home at 5 p.m. So they are in school the entire school day. Is that what we want? Can we modify that time so that we create space where students can be engaged in extracurricular activity? That's another thing we're exploring. Again, at the service of improving the welfare of the students, but also increase the learning outcome. And so we are exploring a number of things where we can do incremental changes to improve learning outcome and improve the welfare of the students, as well as those of our teachers. And so those are the things we're exploring, and we're always engaging all the stakeholders within education to think together, especially the teachers, the schools, and the parents, so that whatever change or reforms we undertake are to serve the interest of the students.
Fantastic. Thank you, Minister. Okay, last question from me. We started at the top with your reflections on the state of education, but maybe just to encourage you to boil it down a bit, based on everything we've seen today, if you had to define the next phase of reform in education in Rwanda, could you sum it up in one sentence?
Oh, wow. One sentence. Carefully continued reforms. I think that's a challenging one, but really that's what we just described a few minutes ago. But one thing we need to make sure of is that we are looking to improve the education system. We are looking to increase the learning outcome for our students and to increase the welfare of our teachers and students. So we shouldn't shy away from change, right? We should not shy away from change. We will do what needs to be done, right? We'll do what needs to be done. We just need to make sure that it's informed by data. We are not just doing things for the heck of doing it. It has to be really informed by data and evidence that it's going to work. But we should do it. We should do that once we have proven it with the data. We also need to make sure that we are doing it. We have to be engaging. We have to engage our stakeholders. So they are part of the reforms that needs to be done to improve learning outcome. And I think earlier on we talked about the desire of Rwanda to become a knowledge-based economy and lead this country through Vision 2050 that our president has outlined to actually bring this country to high income status. That's going to be driven by a workforce that is educated with knowledge and skills. And so when we are thinking about education, we should think about education from those lenses, right? We're thinking of education as an engine for the Vision 2050. We should think of education as both a social sector, but an economic sector as well. So that duality needs to be looked at. And then with that in mind, be bold, because we will never reach our goals if we're timid.
Thank you so much, Minister. Thank you very much for your time. HOD Rose, do we have questions from the floor?
Let's see. Do you have any question? Patrick?
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for a very insightful discussion. I would like to commend the Minister of Education for this initiative of training, bringing more teachers into the training around English language proficiency. There are 4 areas that I think those who are being trained probably are looking into: speaking, writing, listening, and reading. And I do think we do not want to be in a position where in 2 years' time we have teachers who have a certificate but who can't speak. So my question is, do we have robust monitoring systems in place to ensure that those teachers who are going to be graduating soon are not just proficient on paper in terms of having gained the certificate, but really proficient in the classrooms, able to engage with the learners? And I think that's the most important thing. So we've been hearing, people saying, I can follow a conversation, I can hear what people are talking about, but I can't speak. And I think this is not what we want, because teachers have to engage with the learners. So it's just a comment, but a question at the same time to look at how we assess our speaking to ensure we have the right teacher we want to have in the next 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you very much. I hope those people you're referring to are not teachers, because teaching is speaking. So if you can't speak, I don't know how you're going to teach. The system that we have in place that we're doing is that it aims to increase the competency of our teachers to a B2 level. The B2 level, and I think maybe we're getting into technicalities, but the European Framework of Language Acquisition. So the B2 level is specific, and that's the level you should be at if you're going to deliver any training in that language, in that specific language. So the teachers will be assessed at all those 4 levels you talked about, because that's what qualifies for a B2 level. So it's not just about a certificate. It's an assessment, actually, that they undergo. And we are doing this assessment with the organization that actually is training them, but we're also hiring an independent assessor to make sure that they're actually at the B2 level around that. And we do that because we, as you pointed out, this is the best foundation that we can do, especially if we are continuing English as the language of education, or the medium of delivery of education. And so we need to make sure that our teachers are able to deliver the training or the teaching in that language. So it's important, and we're going to do an assessment in 2 years' time and see where we are. our calculations and our partners, Education First, who's delivering the training, is that at that level we should have the majority, if not all teachers, at the B2 level. And so we'll do an assessment, we'll make adjustment as needs be, and then we'll see where we go from there. But to your point, it's not just a matter of certification.
Thank you very much. One last intervention here.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Minister. My question is around, actually before the question, I would like to appreciate the agility of the ministry to improve the learning outcomes, but through providing data as well as evidence. So, and I also like the way that you talk that you're trying to make sure that all stakeholders are engaged. And my question is around how or what kind of measures are we putting in place so that even the engagement is not only at the national level, but also at local level, meaning that how do we ensure that we design this with teachers, with schools, not like national level, because sometimes we can design things which are actually very good, but which are not really practical in terms of at school level. So I would like to know, like, what kind of, what things are you doing as a ministry to make sure that these people at local level are involved? Thank you.
Having a hard time hearing.
Same.
It was kind of echoing a little bit, so I was having a hard time. Can you repeat?
Yeah, sorry. I was saying actually, firstly, I was appreciating how the ministry is trying to implement agility in terms of involving everyone. I can see maybe there are still echoes. Hopefully you can hear me.
Are you hearing him right? I'm struggling. Yeah.
Okay, let me maybe move a bit. Okay.
Make it close and whisper. It's fine. Okay. We can hear you from there, I think.
Okay, thank you so much. So actually, firstly, I was appreciating the way that you want to implement using agile approach, but basing on evidence as well as data. And also, I like the way that you are trying to make sure that everyone is involved in terms of stakeholders. But now my question was around the local level. In this case, I mean the teachers, I mean the head teachers, I mean the community around the schools, meaning that what we are designing is we are able to implement, I mean, what we are designing as national level, but is also practical at school level. So in this case, meaning that when we see people here around, I can see maybe stakeholders, national level, universities, but I can't see maybe head teachers or maybe the district education officers. So how do you make sure that this, what we are planning to do, these people also are involved? Thank you so much.
All right. Well, thank you very much. So, you know, right now we are actually, most of the schools are still in exams, and probably that's why you don't see teachers here. But we do have a mechanism of engaging teachers. So I'll give you an example. When we did the reforms that were implemented this year, we actually we engaged over 5,000 stakeholders. And that's parents, teachers, even students. And so we are deliberate about that. We don't just meet in a room like this, but we actually go to the schools to engage the teachers. We also have platforms where we engage all head teachers. And so we are able to communicate directly with the head teachers through the Rwanda Basic Education Board and the Rwanda TVET board. So we have different platforms to engage teachers and parents. So that's why we are not talking here. Here is not the platform to discuss the actual changes or the proposed reforms. We refer to them, but the actual discussion takes place in much smaller groups so we can collect input in those, all the stakeholders. Specifically, we will not introduce any changes that it's impacting schools without consulting with teachers, without consulting with parents. So those are that's what I was referring to when I said about engagement.
Thank you very much. I think that's it with comments and questions. We'd ask you to take back your seats. Thank you very much. Please help me to thank Minister and Camilla. Thank you very much. Saima, how are you? Saima has a message for you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Let's try again. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Thank you so much. I know we've been having a lot of conversation, and it's a lot to process, think about, and we've also been sitting down, and we had lunch already. So I have been tasked with waking everyone up, which is a job I enjoy for those who know me. So I'm going to request if everyone can please stand up. We can shake things up a little bit. Okay. So you're going to take your arms and you're going to lift your arms up as high as possible. See if you can touch that ceiling with those disco lights. Okay, now we're going to bend down. Keep your knees straight. Don't bend your knees. Touch your toes. Don't bend those knees. One more time. Hands up all the way as far as you can. And then let's come down and touch your toes again. Okay, we're going to jump 5 times. Please go easy on your knees. Ready? And go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, some of us already know this one. If you know it, please feel free. So we're going to make it rain in this room. And the way we make a thunderstorm or rainstorm, we start with a little bits of drops, right? Can you hold for me, so? Then as the rain gets more intense, then it gets even more intense. And then it gets into a big thunderstorm. Really stomp your feet. After that, it goes back down a little bit. Back to the normal raindrops. And then back to the pitter-patter. Okay, that was a practice one because we're going to do it. But this time I really need your energy. So we don't need weak raindrops in this room. We need some really intense raindrops, okay? So please really get into it. Ready? We start with, I should hear everyone's fingers and thumbs. Good. Start to rain. Gets heavier. Gets heavier. Okay, now really get into it. It's a thunderstorm. Okay. Slows down. A little bit less. And the rain stops. Thank you so much. Hope everyone is a little bit awake now. I'll hand over to HOD Rose.
Thank you, Saima. That was really necessary. And I've noted some people who didn't go to nursery, to primary, pre-primary, right? Thank you very much. As we are getting closer to the end of today's session, and before I invite Minister for the closing remarks, I would like to invite the Country Director of IPA. IPA has been instrumental in evidence, in data, in policy, and in everything that we've been discussing today. So, Minister Vugimana, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Thank you so much for this opportunity for speaking on behalf of IPA, Honorable Minister, Vice Chancellor representing higher learning institutions and universities, distinguished delegates and government officials, and dear participants, and all partners who are sitting here. Thank you so much. So it's a pleasure for me to be here on behalf of IPA, Innovations for Poverty Action, and honored to be here as myself, as a Rwandan. We are very proud of the status of education now. Honorable Minister, thank you for your leadership and the team for bringing this evidence into action. So on behalf of IP, I want to thank you, Minister of Education, and the opportunity to show how evidence is being used in Rwanda, and to thank the government of Rwanda of putting evidence in the priority. So in IPA, evidence is one of our priority. We are always happy and honored to continue supporting the ministry and collaborating with the Ministry of Education and all the partners. So what we have witnessed today is something that put Rwanda as on the top of everything. So government of Rwanda does not simply collect data, but they are using data into action. They are making sure that the data is being used on how they are planning, how they invest, and to improve education. And I think Minister was say, when they asked him one word, one sentence, he said, well prepared and continued reform. That's very important because that reform is being used based on evidence. So IPA, we are always very proud to continue working together with the ministry on promoting use of evidence. So at the IPA, our mission is to discover and promote effective solutions to global poverty. And we know that education is the heart of our mission in IPA, because we know when children are learning, the poverty is reducing, economy is improving. So I was, in the last week, I was in Peru for our strategic plan in IPA. So in our strategic plan for the coming 5 years, our main priority is to collaborate with government. That's the first priority, working with government. And we are here showing that we are always happy to continue collaborating with the ministry and the government in general. And in our strategic plan, we also have education as our top priority in the next 5 years. So we are very equally encouraged by the discussion on education law we are doing here on job creation, economic growth, and connecting classroom to the lab and to the labor market in Rwanda through technical training, investment, and skills development. So we know that education is essential in investment to translate into prosperity in the country. So IPA is committed to continue working together with the ministry on generating rigorous evidence on these pathways on government like Rwanda, to showing how investment in education is very important. So in bringing this into conversation, it's very important, Honorable Minister. So we are very happy to see what works in education and how education is going to improve this country when we work together with all of us as partners. So as IPA, we are very proud to continue work alongside with the government of Rwanda, and we see this partnership as one of the most promising in a global portfolio. Rwanda is open to evidence, and Rwanda is willing to innovate. And we are always very happy to work with Rwanda because as our partner Andrew Zetrin presented in his remark, Rwanda is a country where everyone would wish to go and work and make sure that they are making evidence, because we know evidence made in Rwanda will be implemented. We have an example of the Imihigo performance. Now, we are very proud to continue collaborating with the Ministry of Education in the scale-up of Imihigo. So we are always very happy, and I can say in the IPA, Rwanda is always an example. When I'm presenting our work in Rwanda, I'm very proud because everyone wants to learn from us in Rwanda. So, Honorable Minister, we thank you so much for your collaboration, and IPA, I can assure you that we are always happy to continue collaborating with the Ministry of Education, and we continue to invest in evidence generation. Thank you so much, and congratulations for the very important event for today. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you very much, IPA, for those remarks and for your continued partnership with us. Now, like to invite Minister of Education to close our day as he opened.
Rose, it looks like I've been speaking all day today, so this one is going to be very short. First of all, let me thank the country director for IPA for your support and your partnership. And actually, he was just telling me he just flew in this afternoon. And he came straight from the airport, a quick stop at home, and then came right here. So that is commitment, right? Please thank him for me. But you know, we come to the close of today. I think we have spent a few hours looking at the data that has been extracted over the last academic year, 2024-2025. We have discussed the statistical yearbook, which today has been published and shared with you. I think you had a QR code that you can actually download the entire report and be able to go through it. We have shared some highlights. We have discussed some of the observation, some impact, and we have discussed ways in which we can continue to partner and continue to improve learning outcome across the country. I wanted to take a moment to thank you for having taken the whole day for us to be here. It was important. And I think that the observation or the data we have extracted and discussed today should serve as a guide as we continue the important role and important work that we do in our daily life to serve the Rwandan people and the Rwandan student. So thank you for your time, for your partnership, for your dedication. I hope that we don't just collect the statistical yearbook. Please don't print it. It's like 185 pages. So we don't want to kill trees. You can use an electronic copy and read through it so we save trees. I'm sure the Minister of Environment is going to thank me for that. But you will see some really good tables in the report that can give you information around that. And the reason I say that is most people will print this huge document, and then it's going to be the last day they will see it is the day they printed it, right? And they don't really touch it at all. So we can use electronic copies, but let's use it. Let's use it. Let's make sure that we are really grounded in data around that. Anyway, so as I said, it's going to be a short intervention. It was just to thank you and look forward to continue working with you to increase and improve learning outcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. And that's the end of our formal session today, but you can still have some networking sessions outside this room. We have some snacks. So have a good evening. I told her.